Top of the morning, traders, and happy Friday, January 30th. And welcome to the most value packed live trading show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hopefully, everyone had a great day yesterday and is having a great month and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to smash the like button. Today is Free Trade Friday, which means the link to our delay-free, ad-free stream is available in the free tier Discord. All you got to do is click the link in the description. There's no paywall. There's no nothing. That's all available to you. Click the link pinned in the chat, and that leads you right to the free Discord, and that leads you to a Google Meets link, and you'll have access to the delay-free, ad-free stream. That gives you a little bit of a preview of what we do every single day. For those of you joining us on Free Trade Friday, hopefully you're enjoying the stream. We have our game plan set, and that's a matter of following that game plan. So far we're seeing SPY spike right above that PMH. PMH is 692.76. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's get the likes up. I do want to do a giveaway, guys, but we need to get 50 likes. 50 likes is mandatory for us to do the giveaway. We can easily get to 50 likes within the first hour and some change, but it's going to take a collective effort. Okay, so we're above that PMH, 692.76. Keep in mind, guys, we're still range bound. Range bound meaning we are trading within prior day's range. Now, we made a massive move. The market is digesting some. And we did have a red folder catalyst here. We have PPI, okay, PPI monthly, core PPI, okay, producer price index, measuring inflation from a producer standpoint, okay. So it looks strong. Things are looking strong. We have that daily open. Primary protocol is, guys, size down is best practice, okay. I can't tell you what to do, what to buy, when to buy, how to buy. All I can do is give you some best practice tips. Intel broke above those highs and now started to come back in. That's fine. That's why you don't take something right off the open, right? You have to wait. You have to wait. We do have that weekly open here, so we have a nice little range in this territory. So if Intel just falls off a cliff, then I'll lose interest because paying attention to tickers is a game of opportunity cost, all right? You only have so much attention to give. Nice little gap down here to open things up. BOG TOG situation here, 693.23. BOG TOG situation. I'm going to exercise patience. If you're green on the week, if you're green on the month, you have the leverage. You even have the leverage to say, you know what? I don't have to do anything today. Okay? Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, Nico. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. We got 20 plus people joining us. Again, if you're just jumping in, the delay-free, ad-free stream is available. Pin in the chat. Let me know how many trades you guys are looking to take in the chat. Your forbidden fruit has fallen off a cliff. Apple, post earnings. Oh, yeah, falling off a cliff. Adios, Apple. Adios. Trading earnings. I played that game many times and lost that game many times. I'm not cut to trade earnings. All right. If you want to age quickly, scalp. Okay. Scalping is already stressful. Okay. Now, on top of that, trade earnings. We're bouncing right off that weekly open. So basically what's going on at this juncture is the battle for weekly open. Weekly open is right there. Weekly open is right there. So Walmart, I'm going to pay attention to Walmart above 117. Because remember, the intention was a swing trade. But I got what I was looking for fairly quickly. So I said, you know what? I'll take it off. Anyone else catch those? Anyone held lotto runners from yesterday? Overnight? Those 700s went parabolic. Okay, VIX falling off a cliff. Can we hold that PMH is a question. $1 million question is, can we hold that PMH? We're seeing some synchronized buying so far across the board. even with the synchronized buying, okay, we're still within that range. Let's get that pre-market high here. 5-minute orb army. You've been nicely compensated the past few days. All right. That's the PMH right there. See if we want to encroach into the jaws of that gap. We have that daily upside breaker. For us to become directional, we got to get all the way up here. Okay, for us to get above prior day size, we need to get all the way up here. Before there, we have some hurdles to get over. Okay, so if SPY wants to turn into a track star, we have a couple of hurdles to get over. Okay, so you can play it leg by leg. You can use that as a rejection area. And with the fact that we're holding that PMH, it looks good. 5-minute orb army on the clock. We did get that 5-minute orb break. See if we can get that synchronized buying across the board. If the Qs can do the same thing, that'd be great. The Dow's starting to push. IW is pushing as well. So synchronized buying out the gate. So the first push from here to here is you're going to see if we can get that 693.97. 693.97. Let me take this off. Intel. I don't want to give up on Intel quite yet. Don't want to give up on Intel quite yet. Sometimes what happens is you're looking at a name, all right, and makes a move, shakes out some participants, right? You learned how to avoid the shakeout, and you divert your attention, and it takes off. So I'll keep one eye open on Intel if we can hold. Primarily if the Qs can start to go and SMH can start to go. Okay, where's my sector? Okay, the Qs are struggling at PMH. Okay, we're going to see a lot of range-bound activity. Range-bound activity. Range-bound activity. I'll take a look at Intel here. I'll take a look at Intel on the side screen. So basically, we break and hold above that 49. Minus 25 degrees in Toronto. Wow. We're scheduled to have another storm here. So we'll see how that goes. Forecast last time was, I believe, they said 6 inches. We got maybe 2 inches. This time I think they're saying 6 inches again. So we'll see. It's better to be over-prepared, all right, than not prepared. Always better to be over-prepared than not prepared. We're flirting with PMH here. Keep it a close eye on the Qs. Qs are right at that PMH as well. 630 is a magic number on the Qs. We're at that 626. We're quite a ways away from 630. 630 is significant. If you take a look at SPY, guys, SPY is trying to make a push into the jaws of this runway here, right? If we can really start to hold, we'll be interested there. Or is it one of those maneuvers where we go, boom, fill the gap, start to fade, and reset? We shall see. We shall see. A 5-minute orb army. You did get a nice little push, nothing sustained, so maybe the camp that does take the break is in, just managing the position. Slight drawdown. Probably no stop out yet. I like how the Qs are starting to pump. Okay, Intel's picking up some speed. Intel is picking up some speed. Okay, Intel is above those highs. See if Intel can pull back just a little bit. If it can, I'll be there for it. Just a little bit as the Dow takes off, as the Qs take off. Just a little bit. Keep in mind, Intel does have a nice spready, okay? About 5-cent spread. So automatically, if you're in at the ask, you're going to be down 5%. All right, so however you like to get filled, use your mechanism. If you did take Intel, manage accordingly. Your risk should be defined. If we can get a comeback and retest, that's 49. I can entertain it. SPY is on a nice path. Looks like it wants to expand. Okay, it looks like it wants to expand. We're about 5 minutes away from the 15-minute orb army. The Qs are leading the way. If the Qs can stay above 627.39, that'd be great. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. We got 31 people on the check-in. 31 people on the check-in. If you're, it is Friday, so on Fridays, we do Free Trade Friday. I share the link to our private community for the delay-free ad-free stream. If you're interested in a small preview of what we do every single day, the link is pinned to the chat. Join the free tier community and take advantage. Daily open 691.80, so far we're green on the day. We're starting to see the Qs push to the downside, of course. The Qs have room to drop into 17. Into 17. So I'm looking at Intel, today's expiration actually. I'm looking at the 50s. $50 cons, February 6th. I'm looking at February 6th, 50s, not today's expiration. The $50 contracts on Intel, they're about 153, 163, 10-cent spread. So if you buy the mid, if you buy the bid, no guarantee you get filled. If you buy the ask, as soon as you jump in, you're going to be down maybe $5 to $10. So you got to take that into account. And you don't take Intel? If you did, you have a great seat. For the first time, I use automated stop loss and take profit. First trade minus 15, second trade 25%, zero emotion. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing to do. I used that before I got to this level of cutting trade. That's what I used too. Right? That's what I like to use as well. You can do that on Webull. I do have a video on how to set that up. One of the most popular video on the channel, right, is the Webull video. So I might have to do a 2.0 of that video of deeper breakdown of how to set up Webull and get into the details of the settings. But that is a great way of doing it. That's a great way of doing it, right? Just to build that muscle memory and eventually build that trust in yourself where you can do it yourself. We're starting to see a nice little pullback. The Qs back below PML. Back below PML. The Dow leading the way to the downside. So the 15-minute orb army, 2 minutes. We're starting to put some pressure on this trend line support. Right, but if you're struggling in cutting those trades, right, I would recommend that, right? Give it a shot. So at least you know. At least you know you can remove yourself out of the equation. But the only thing is, don't let that lead you to overtrading because you get stopped out, stopped out, stopped out. Starting to see a nice little breakdown. We came into the jaws. If I drew that fib, at this point, guys, there's no coincidence. We come into 50%, retrace that TOG, BOG. And what do? We start to fade. All right, look at that. We start to fade. Okay, now everything's starting to sell off. Everything's starting to sell off here. We're back at that PMH. VWAP right there. Intel coming in for that test. So see if Intel can come in a little more. And the selling off can really stop. Come on, Intel. Now with the government stake. The government stake in Intel. Intel really has the intel. Okay. We used to make the joke for my Canadians, especially the ones in Ontario. We used to make the joke that there's a cell phone provider named TELUS. Right. And we used to make the joke that that the phones were tapped because literally it was in the name, TELUS. Nice little breakdown. So we get one of those moves, nice push to the upside, come back to the downside. Again, we're still following that range-bound line of thinking, okay? We did see internal expansion above PMH. Nothing significant enough to move us in any direction. We're basically back to where we started. Back to where we started. And we're at VWAP right here. SPY's at VWAP. If we can start course correcting, on the Qs and SPY, Intel starts to wick, I'll be there for it. I'll be there for it right there. Just need to see a nice little hammer. I need to see the SPY respect at 691.80. Okay. Intel does have a little bit of ways to go before VWAP. Right here, SPY has VWAP in that daily open. Keep a close eye on that. See if that can fuel Intel back the upside. Okay, I'll take Intel right there. So I'm in the Intel Feb 6 contracts. I'm in the Intel Feb 6 contracts. See if the Qs can continue to push. We'll give this about 20 to 30%. Stay above VWAP. We'll kind of let this brew in the background. Nice bounce on SPY off of that VWAP in that daily open. Need the Qs to hold up. Average fill 141. I did buy the ask. Okay, down 4%, down 5%. See if you can stay above that VWAP. I need the Qs to course correct. We do have these lows down here. If we want to play that range-bound game, we kind of have a little bit of support down here. A little bit of resistance up ahead. Down 6 on Intel. See if the Qs can go hammer here. We have about a minute left. A 15-minute orb army range is set between that 691.33 and 693.68. Okay. 693.68, 691.33. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys, if you're just jumping in. We are live trading SPY, currently babysitting a position in Intel. The market is range bound after making a nice move to the downside, and bulls stepping in last minute on cleanup duty yesterday. So the fact that the Qs can start to rally, that's going to help Intel's case. Okay, it's going to help Intel's case. The reason why I diverted to an individual name is because there's chop. Sometimes when there's chop, you got to divert to an individual name. So in this case, what would be favorable for this position in the current moment is that we can break above that 5-minute candle's high, right, on Intel. So I need the Qs to accelerate. Okay, let's go Intel up 3. 4, if you did take this, TP where you need to. You guys know the protocols. Up 6, nice bounce on SPY. That's going to help Intel. I need Intel to break above these highs. Need Intel to break above these highs. So I don't want Intel to close back below prior day close. We'll use that as a risk. This territory here. Didn't like the last candle. SPY is starting to push to the upside. Nice bounce off that daily open, along with that VWAP. Does it have enough fuel to go? Qs need, if the Qs can hold 627.39, that's gonna be favorable. Qs can hold 627.39, that'll be favorable. Let me close this out. Fridays are the least busy day at work. Haven't had much time to trade. Getting back to the rhythm. That's good, Joe. It's good that you're not forcing trades in the midst of the busyness. All right, rushing into those trades and you're trying to craft a timeout of your busy schedule. See, SPY wants to play that brick wall trampoline type of game. Intel's starting to fade here. I would like it to hold this territory. Down here will probably be down 10. I still can maybe try to hold it until 20-30%. But we need to see some buyers stepping off at least VWAP, right? So this would be a conservative close if you close once it does violate 48.69. Probably about a 10 to 15%. But let's see if the buyers step in off of that VWAP. Did see 6-7%. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're just joining us, make sure to like the video. The Qs are struggling to get above 626.39. They get above it and just can't seem to hold above it. Again, game plan is playing out to a T from the standpoint of we're just chopping around. Okay, we're just chopping around. Intel is down 12. So I need that territory to hold, the VWAP to hold. VWAP and prior day close to hold. Buyers need to step in this territory. If they don't, I'll probably part ways between 12 and 15%. I could stretch it to 20%, but I want this technical area to hold. See if that can give us one more push back up. Now if we kind of zoom out and take a look at where Intel is, okay, this is where we are. Okay, guys? So the idea this morning, okay, is that break, second leg. So we broke above those highs. We're currently retesting those highs. All right, so we're already in position. If someone is looking for that retest, they're probably trying to engage, right, to allocate risk. So I already allocate a risk. My risk is defined at this point. So at maximum, right? If it gets back below that equilibrium, then things are not going to start looking good. Then it will invalidate the whole setup. So what I'm betting on here is buyers picking this thing back up off of here. Where's my arrow? Okay, we'll just do this. Okay, giving it a little bit of time. But the indexes are just chopping around, guys. If you're waiting for the 15-minute orb, you're still waiting. There's no break on either side. So name of the game is just be patient at this point. Name of the game is be patient, be poised. Okay. Good morning, Mixon. Good morning, guys. The link to join our delay-free, ad-free stream is pinned in the chat. Click it. Join us for the delay-free, ad-free stream. If someone is waiting for VWAP, pull back at the VWAP. They're potentially getting active here. What will really help this is the Qs get above 627.39. So again, take note why I'm looking for something else when the indexes are not doing much. Intel is down 10%. So at this point, it's a matter of letting it play out. Risk is already defined. We did see 6-7%. I want to see double digits. SPY is right at that POC and VWAP. POC being 692.50. VWAP being 692.37. Oops. So we're currently retesting on Intel. Like you can see that retest taking place. Okay. Okay, SPY back above PMH. Nice bounce off that VWAP once again. So Intel needs to get back above 49. Okay, we need to reclaim 49. Reclaim 49. SPY reclaim 692.75 would be great. The Qs get back above 627.39. IW falling off a cliff. IW falling off a cliff. IW falling off a cliff. Right, look at this, guys. Just chop back and forth. So just imagine all the traders coming in today. They're hyped, looking to take advantage of the action that took place yesterday. And look what the market does. It's give back profit hour. They're essentially taking back your profit from the week and the month. Yesterday was a tease. Okay? If you don't know any better. Now there's a lot of people getting involved today because of what they saw yesterday. Anticipating a directional move like yesterday. But guess what happens? Nothing burger during the first hour. Is it going to be like this all day? Probably not. But during the first hour, we take a shift by shift. That's how it is. Need Intel to hold that VWAP down 12. Needed to hold that VWAP. Mandatory. New 15-minute counter coming up in 2 minutes. Okay, Intel down 17. 19. About to close here. 20. Okay, I'll close it right there at 21. So stopped out on Intel at 21%. Gave it a shot. Stopped out 21% on Intel. Okay. Theoretically, can I continue to hold? Market is selling off. No reason to sit into too much drawdown. All right, so Intel trade stopped out. Now, SPY. Back to SPY. If SPY wants to play the game of bounce, brick wall trampoline, I want to see what I can take advantage of here. Let's go back to SPY here. Okay, 15-minute orb army. Your trigger is at 691.33. If you have a wider stop on Intel, manage accordingly. I did get stopped already. We're starting to see the VIX pick up some speed. We are trading below the VWAP here. Again, we're range bound. Your free Discord says my email is invalid. To be honest, I'm not sure. Maybe try a different email. And we're moving 93 cents per 5-minute candle. Some good ATR on SPY. Just chop, chop, chop. See if we want to use this as a trampoline. VIX is starting to go north. Qs are starting to fade. SPY gave up that VWAP. We're below that daily open. And that weekly open is right here. So a lot of traffic in this territory. Right, lots of traffic in this territory. We have that daily open here. We have potential trampoline in this area. Take off that midline. We're back above that daily open. We did go ripple. So nice bounce off those lows, off that trampoline. Do we have enough momentum to get back above 690, 275? So that's the game we've been playing so far, right? Trampoline, brick wall, like we discussed in the pre-market. A lot of chop, guys. So far, I did take one trade on Intel. Got stopped out 21%. Did see a little bit of green. Not enough to lock out. So now looking for the next opportunity on SPY. As far as SPY is concerned, SPY is trading below the VWAP. 692.26 is trading in the heart of prior day's range. Okay, let me illustrate this point to you real quick. Right, it's very important to know where you are in the higher time frame, intraday higher time frames, along with the bigger picture higher time frames as well. So this is where we are. Okay, so the team, we talked about the importance of this is a test zone. We're going to see a lot of back and forth. So if you didn't take any trades in this territory, no harm, no foul. If you are going to take trades in those territory, brick wall trampoline until proven otherwise. Brick wall trampoline until proven otherwise. Okay. Do we have any catalysts coming up? At least any yellow folder. Catalyst. Okay, we have Chicago PMI at 9:45. That already took place. FOMC member speaks at 12 o'clock and Bowman at 5 o'clock. And it looks like we have our next election, potential next election, next candidate for the Fed chair. How are we doing so far, strikers? How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? Let's check it on the chat. Stepped in, 22 degrees. Woo, it's getting cold. Green on the week. Okay, good, good, good. 14%. Those VAH rejects, you're just mastering those. Jason, tremendous job. Continue to look for your setups, guys. Just be patient. We're not seeing a lot of expansion here. IW probably has the cleanest chart. IW wants to look like wants to potentially go to 259.02. If everything starts to dump, we're back below that daily open. So this might be a magnet type of day. We haven't had a magnet type of day in a while. So we'll hold off. We'll wait. I'll continue to wait. On the 5, what we got so far, guys. On the 5 is what we got so far. So we're in the heart of prior day's range, right near the equilibrium where things start to get sticky. All right, so trampoline brick wall will be the best approach. We are inside, double inside on the 5. See if Intel wants to make a comeback. That was a good cut on Intel. I like that cut. Now would it went from 21 to maybe 30, 40%. So I'll set an alert back above that initial entry. And we'll consider, but don't want to overemphasize and chase. If you took that bounce off trampoline, you're back above VWAP, you're looking good. You have room to that PMH. Once you get past that PMH, you have room into 693.23. So think of the brick wall in this case here. Think of the brick wall in this case right there. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. The delay-free, ad-free link is available. Google Meets. Join us there. Just to give you a snippet, a preview of what we do every day. Nice little push. Protect the weak, guys. Make sure we're protecting the weak. Nice little rejection there. Nice rejection there, Jason. You're crushing the value area high, value area low setups. So for us to fill that gap from this morning, that's the gap. Orb traders, 15-minute orb. Okay. You're up there. 693.67. Just be aware of that 693.97 up there. So 15-minute orb traders, there was a trap for the ripple there. But it's even to get that ripple is very hard to get filled because it happens so fast. So maybe the ripple, people who got the ripple initially stopped out. So now the question becomes, do we have enough fuel off of this bounce to break above that resistance there? Do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough fuel? The contracts are moving nicely. We're moving $1.02 per 5-minute candle. So it's not like we're not moving. We are moving, but we're just moving side to side. We're moving, but we're moving side to side. Side to side we go. And we can grab those highs. Reclaim back the downside, 5-minute combo. VIX bounce off 17. I can get interest in the short. VIX slice right through 17 with minimal hesitation. Then we probably can get that break. So Orb Army, you're going to see a slice right through the VIX. You're going to see all the indexes starting to wake up. So you want this to become proven otherwise. You want it to become proven otherwise. You want it to become proven otherwise. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. We got 40 people on the check-in. 40 people on the check-in. The goal is to get 20 to 30 likes during the first hour. 20 minutes away from the first hour. If we can get to 50 likes by 12:30, we will do a giveaway. I'll be giving away the 6-hour course, Getting Started Trading Options. Okay, I'll be doing that giveaway. So far, guys, the game plan from this morning, if you're an expansion trader, would save you a lot. If you know how to trade the range, you can maybe take advantage of this bounce here. So you want it to be a clear expansion, as clear as day. As clear as day, no delay. In that case, with that nice push there, we need the VIX to slice right through, slice and dice through that 17. No bounce off that 17. Qs are back above 627.39. See if they can hold above that PMH. The Dow's above PMH. The IW is trying to bounce. See if you can prove this thing otherwise. Okay, Walmart coming into play. Walmart's back above that trigger from yesterday. Walmart is back above that trigger. If we fall back below the bottom of that box, VIX bounces. Qs fall back below 627.39. That can be a short opportunity. If we continue to accelerate, then we've officially proven this area otherwise. And we're probably going to head to 695. So keeping a close eye on this territory. Looking at the 692s. See if we can trap the orb, folks. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. So I want us to stay below 693.97. I'm in the puts. See if you get some follow through into 693.23. Go, go, go. No close back above 693.97. So where I am going against the orb in this case, inverse. So in this case, I want the VIX to bounce. I want the VIX to bounce off 17. I want the Qs to get back below 627.39. I want us to hold that gap. No close back above that. If they want to play that trappy game, we can't go brick wall back to downside. Up 3%. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Okay, we need to push into 693.23. That can potentially lead us to double digits. Up 7. Go, go, go. Need a break below 693.23. Up 12. Up 14. Up 16. Take a majority off right there at 16. Down to runners. Up 18. Up 20. Take some more off right there. There we go. Now hold below here. That's my NC. Okay, 16 and 20. If we get back above that, I'll close out. Because that can be a wick. Okay, I'll close out there. That last runner. If we continue to fall, I don't mind re-engaging. But the reason why I'm very quick on the trigger here is because I want to see some more follow through. And I understand that we have that buy block right there. So I'm respecting the buyers here. Quick scalp for 20%. Quick scalp. If you're still in this, and we can fall back below 690 to 23, and the VIX can bounce, I don't mind re-engaging. I don't mind re-engaging after taking some profits. Okay. I just need the Qs to stay below 627.39. Qs stay below 627.39. We're still inside on the 5. So this 5-minute candle will be critical. Those contracts are moving nice when they're moving. We need to fall back below 690 to 23. So I want to see a bounce. If the VIX can start to bounce off 17, guys, this can potentially start to really slice, right? But I'm taking it piece by piece, okay? I'm not discounting the fact that we do have some key levels in this area. Key levels are key levels. So piece by piece. The VIX looks like it wants to slice. Qs are starting to pump. If we break above that 693.60, 68, will be interesting. So this is what we're just playing, right? This continued push lower. If you're taking the orb, you're still probably in. If you're in the ripple camp, if you're in the wave camp, not yet. Okay. If we can continue to slice through the 17 on the VIX, and the Qs can continue to accelerate past 627.39, I don't mind flipping bias. Okay. We know the motto. Okay. But I want to make sure that area is proven otherwise. It's still up for grabs. I don't mind. But it needs to prove to me that it's worthy. It needs to prove to me that it's worthy. If we can stay inside, that'd be great. If we can stay inside this prior 5-minute candles range, that would be great. And then we can take the break on either end. On the 5, on the 1-minute wave, we are waving. That would really help us for that breakdown and break below here. We really need to the buyers really need to take control of 690 through 23. That opens up the door for 692.75. Right there is close to 50-cent move. That's 48 cents. That's major. If you're bullish, you're paying attention to that downward compression. You want to see the continued strength on the Qs, and you want to see VIX stay below 17. So while it does that, I'm not really getting involved. I don't have a horse in the race. All right, I'm just reading the action, seeing what it wants to do. 693.68 is the top of the orb. What are we thinking here? What are we thinking, guys? Do we break down? Do we continue to push? Let this 1-minute candle, 5-minute candle close. 1 minute left. Let it go back and forth for a minute. If we can just hang out here for a minute, we can take either end of that 5-minute candle. Just hang out. Just stay right there for a minute. Critical point here. If it falls back below 693.23, VIX starts to wick back the upside. Qs fail to get above 627.39. This can start to really drop. If that's the case, I'll look to take the 691s. Again, guys, keep in mind today's ramp down Friday. Okay, see if you can hold below that. We know VWAP is slightly below 692.78, that pre-market high, at that 692.47. So put in the chat, would you be bullish or bearish here? Would you be bullish or bearish? Would you be bullish or bearish? If we break below that 5-minute candle's low, I'll take it to the downside. Okay, nice break. See if you get a nice little bounce. Come back to that 690.23. And start to reject. See if we can reject there. No rejection. Let's see. Let's wait. If this goes engulfing, that's what the bulls are looking for. So we did take out that candle's low. I like how the VIX is bouncing here. Just waiting for entry confirmation. Orb Army, all you're waiting for is a break above 693.68 and a hold. So you can see two different participation groups are looking at the same area differently. If that 1-minute candle starts to fade, we get back below 690.23. I'll take it to the downside. So my invalidation marker would be the breakout. Okay, I'll take it right there. Okay. Okay, I'm in the puts here. See if I continue to push lower. Up 2, up 3. Stay below here. Okay, up 7. Go, go, go. We have room to 692.75. Go, go, go. Don't want to wick back above it. Did see 7. I want to stay below here. Stay below there. Don't wick back above it. Because I know what I'm going against is this breakout. So I have to respect the fact that we can't break out and see if we can start to drop into that territory there, into that PMH. Did see 7. VIX needs to hold. 5-minute candle. See if you can hold below that 693.10. 5 minutes still looking bearish. Again, that breakout is brewing. So that can be an invalidation marker. So you're going to continue to push lower. Need the VIX to start to bounce or hold where it is. Want this 5-minute candle to start fully going. No wicks. Up 1%. So you can start to trail here. VWAP is at that 692.50. We're in the jaws of that wave. So critical juncture here. So I have to respect the fact that there is buyers there. All right. See if I can take that to pre-market high. Up. Okay, there we go. There we go. Up 14. I'm going to take a majority off right there. That was beautiful. I'm going to close it right there. I don't like that last wick. Okay, can get filled on that last sell. Okay, still in the position then. Okay, filled at 14. Couldn't sell that last one after that last wick. So have a runner left. See if this can continue to dump. Up 12. So it might have been a good thing I didn't get filled. I want that break below PMH though. Need that break. They already get filled for 14. Okay, I'm going to close it right there. Okay, buyer's trying to step in there. So 14. So took a two-legged approach. Okay, two-prong approach. Took it the downside once, took it the downside again. If you're still holding below PMH, that's what you need to see. what you need to see. And same thing. If we can hold below here, anyone else holding? If you're holding, you're doing a great job. But just your entry matters in this case. My entry in this case is here. So I'm taking it from here to here. But you see how sensitive those wicks are, okay? So again, at best practices, TP, if you see double digits, guys, those profits are quickly vanishing. Okay, you see it, then it goes. You see it, then it goes. VWAP is right there as well, so be aware of that. VWAP is right here. If you're a bull, okay, what you're waiting for is for this to some pressure to be put on that. So now, team, okay, everything makes sense in hindsight. Do you see why we're range bound? What a drop. What a drop. We fell below VWAP and we dropped. Anyone holding? This week I've been very conservative with those runners. All right, very too conservative, I would say. So again, that's my adjustment for this week. Go back to the lab. Let the runners run. If you guys notice, there's always one thing I try to work on every week, every weekend. Take a couple of hours to go over everything and prepare. But hopefully, you guys do get the idea. All right. Hopefully, you guys do get the idea of trampoline and brick wall, and you have something to show for it. Okay. If you trusted the game plan, your time to shine was here. Doesn't matter how much you got it for, your time to shine was here. All right, so this worked out to a T according to our game plan. Okay, choppy conditions. We can anticipate that. We're about to go into second shift. Took 2 trades already. 3 trades, including Intel. So red on Intel, 20%. And green on SPY. Okay, so this is not something where we're just clicking buttons on the fly. There's a method to our madness. All right, I mean, there's a method to our madness. Our ability to follow the plan matters. So again, on the 5, you can see broke below it, continues to sell. This has room all the way into these lows here. So this week for me to improve is letting the runners do their job. Okay. From time to time, sometimes I let them go. Sometimes I get a little tight with them. But this week I can do a better job on letting the runners do their job. Doing my job in securing profit and let the runners do their job. Okay. But again, you're in position to capitalize off of this. You're in position. Let's go check back on Intel to emphasize the importance of a stop loss. Okay, we already know SPY. Okay, we have a good idea what SPY is going to do. We're going to chop around this territory and this test zone. You see it taking place? Intel. I want to emphasize the importance of a stop loss. Here we go. Okay. So what was the idea behind the setup? It was a break above these highs. Okay, break above those highs. We can hold those highs. We came back into it. Did see 6-7%, but I really wanted to see some follow through. It's a further dated contract. Once we broke below the VWAP, once we broke below our defined risk level, we stopped out at 21%. If I decided to hold, you're down 25, you're down 30, you're down 40. If it's part of the plan, that's fine, but that's not part of the plan. The plan is actually 20 to 30%. And looking for something on the chart to validate that kind of stop. So it's a chart-based stop with percentage stop as well. Those two things line up. So you're down 50, 60%. You haven't validated on the chart. You get a nice little pop to the upside. Okay? And then it gets faded back to the downside. So this is the importance. And plus, when you cut the trade, it doesn't take mental capital. All right, it's 10:30, guys. Officially second shift. Okay. So I'll definitely look to clean up runner execution. Okay. Entries have been good this week. Setups have been really good this week. Directional bias has been really good this week. All right. So now we're in this territory here. Those contracts, just to illustrate the power of options. Man, they are at 160. We got them at 190. At 90. So now where are we, guys? So the question becomes: do we continue to go brick wall trampoline? Do we continue to go brick wall trampoline? What do the VIX do? What do the Qs do? So the blueprint is there. The blueprint is there. It's right in front of you. How are we doing so far, strikers? Anyone have those puts? Anyone take those puts? 2% on the account, guys, in the portfolio. 46%. His wife just filled him a lucky mug. I'm telling you, it's the mug. I'm telling you, it's the mug. The SAT Power Up mug it's a game changer. It is a game changer. So make sure to order your mug. Again, it's not a money grab. All right. You're basically just covering the cost of what it takes to make it and just supporting the channel. All right, so going into second shift. What happened? First shift took 3 trades. 1 on Intel, 2 on SPY. Both on SPY worked out. Could have let the runners breathe a little bit. That's been kind of the theme of the week. So again, I've said it before. I'll say it again. That's something I'll look to clean up, review, and improve for next week. All right. So if you're green up into this point, guys, stay clean. So this is range bound trading. So now, if you are, we're paying attention to SPY on a different screen. If you are an expansion trader today, okay, if you are an expansion trader, if you belong to this camp, right? What happened is this. You see some signs of life, expand, trap. Okay, so if you're an expansion trader, your ability to manage risk was put to the test. Your ability to manage risk was put to the test. Okay? Or you don't trade because there's no markers of expansion. If you are a range-bound trap trader, all right, today was your day. They gave you a very clear range. Very clear range. Okay? Very clear range. Once they give you that clear range, they start to make those moves to the upside and to the downside. And then once now, expansion trader army, watch out for that bear flag on SPY. Okay? You just get involved here, you play the trap. Okay? So yesterday, okay, this is today. Yesterday, guess who they rewarded? Yesterday, they rewarded this cohort of traders. Who do they punish? They punished this type of trading. So what does that mean? If you are a range-bound trader and you are in an expansion environment and you can clearly see it, you can still survive if you manage risk. If you don't, you're wiped out. Same goes on the other side as well. So your ability to get the read on the market is what allows you to deploy your game plan. Is what allows you to deploy your setups. Okay? So you have your setups every day. So you have 5 setups. 5. You have 5 plays in your playbook. What a bounce there on SPY. Nice trampoline on SPY. But this is important, so we'll get to SPY in just a second. All right? You have your 5 plays, your go-to 5 plays, whatever it is, you choose. You come into the market, and you don't just force the market or forcibly look for these things here in the market. What you need to do is you need to categorize the day. Are we in an expansion? Are we expanding, or are we range bound? And then within your 5 plays, you need to have categories. You need to have maybe, for the sake of the numbers, 3 expansion setups and 3 range bound setups, or 2 in this case, to make the math. Okay? Most traders, they have their 5 setups, and they don't even know what the market is doing, and they just apply it to the market. No, now your job becomes identify the conditions. If it's expansion, hey, let me look for it here. If it's range bound, hey, let me look for it here. And how often do we change? Okay? Every hour. It resets. I'm talking about from an intraday perspective. It resets every hour. All right? So that's going to be the key to really helping increase your win rate, to really help optimize your performance. Okay? So what do we do there? We grab first shift lows, we continue to push. What are we doing? We're continuing to... So expansion traders are looking for a clear break. They want these levels to be proven otherwise. Because guess what? Range-bound traders are having a blast. Say if you're a front runner. Okay, you see that momentum? Okay, I want to short that. My risk is there. Guess what? You get stopped out. You don't say, hey, you know what? Let me just see what happens. You either get stopped out or wiped out. You choose. That's the cool thing. It's up to you. You can't choose the outcome of the trade, okay, but you can choose the outcome of how you manage risk in most cases. Outlier cases, you get this massive candle. I mean, those things happen from time to time, and there's nothing you can do. But 90% of the time, you get to choose when you close the position. Okay? You get to choose. So question in the chat, is a put a good idea here? So if we're range bound, okay, if we're range bound and you believe the range is going to continue and we're not going to expand, the optimal area to get the puts is at the very top. What would be your stop? Expansion. The optimal area to get the calls is at the very bottom. What would be your stop? A complete breakdown. So until proven otherwise, this is what the market is doing. So just imagine how many traders are getting trapped. How many traders are frustrated? All right, so it's very important for everyone to attend, if you can, that pre-market game plan. Right, pre-market game plan stream from 9 o'clock to the time we kick off the live trading program. That's exclusively available, and I'll say it again, and I'll always say it from the very beginning to the very end, and in between as well. The most important part of the program is the pre-market. Okay, what separates us is our preparation, our level of preparation. Okay, I have the experience navigating through all these different conditions. If you're just jumping into the market, opening up the charts, and you have no context, you can be as technical as you want. All right? You're driving with your eyes closed. And guess what? It's easy to drive with your eyes closed on a straight path. It works. But how about if there's twists and turns? Right? So you don't know if there's going to be twists and turns, straight paths with twists and turns, or twists and turns with straight paths on any given day, on any given hour. So you need to have, you need to prepare. You need to prepare for everything. Be prepared for both sides. That's the whole purpose of UPO. All right? That's our terminology. UPO. Very simple. UPO. You don't got to prove anything to anyone. The market has to prove it to you. Until proven otherwise, that is resistance. So this applies to both bulls and bears. This applies to both camps. Okay? Make sense, guys? If that makes sense on YouTube, put a thumbs up in the chat if that makes sense. Hopefully you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. Our strikers, if you've been with me for some time, you already know. Intel is back. Let's take a look at Intel. Let's see if we can get a refund. See if I can get a refund on Intel. If I want a refund on Intel, it needs to get back above PMH. Right? It's still range bound. I'll see if I can get a refund on Intel. Intel. Let's go to Intel for a second. The whole reason why I like Intel, all right, the idea is still valid, but I'm not willing to sit through all that back and forth. We're above that same area here. See if you have enough momentum to get above that PMH. Hold above this area. And this is what it is, the second leg. So in this case, guess what we need? More than likely what's going to help us is if SPY expands. We finally get an expansion. I can't take two trades simultaneously. I can hold two positions simultaneously. Now, it's a game of opportunity cost. All right? Take the expansion if SPY expands, or take advantage of Intel's push above 49 because SPY expands. Right? When you're trading multiple tickers, it's always a game of opportunity cost. Yesterday, we had two opportunities we're looking at. Palantir and Walmart. Sometimes both of them work out. Sometimes one of the two work out. And sometimes the one you take works out beautifully more than the other one. And sometimes the one you take works out, but the other one works even better. But you can't go around chasing everything. All right, so Intel, so that's what's going through my mind right now. So if there is an expansion, Intel probably needs the indexes to expand for it to start to really push into 49.57. So that 49.01 can be a nice segue into that territory, giving us a nice 56 cent opportunity to capitalize off that move. Or it would be better to capitalize off SPY. Right? Assuming that it expands and it helps Intel get to those highs. If Intel just becomes a runaway train, that's a different case. Okay? So look at this action, guys. Look at this action. Let me remove everything. All right, look at this. Okay. This is yesterday's range. Look at that. We come back to equilibrium, bounce off equilibrium, reject off those highs. We have not been really going anywhere since basically 355. Okay, first shift highs right here. If you're green up until now, guys, if you took the puts there, you can wrap it up. Today is the last day of the month. I don't want you to do anything catastrophic to give back your gains. Defense wins championships. You guys know the protocol. Okay, don't force it. All right. If I'm going to take anything from this point, it's just complete lottos. I'm done for the week, done for the month. We'll just be complete lottos. Answer the poll question on YouTube, January 2026. Performance. What was your monthly performance? 53% of you are green. 32% of you are red. 16% of you are yellow, aka break even. Oh, you took the puts, JB. If you did, great job. And kudos to you for catching those lottos on. I know a lot of you were logged out by then, but there was a nice little joyride opportunity near the close. And now, okay, the case for the expansion is starting to. We're starting to get some evidence. Okay, we're below the 17. Okay. That's good. Below 17 or below the hourly. The Qs are back above 627.39. That's good. We're back above the orb. That's good. And see if that expansion can take place finally. So now we need to prove this otherwise as we put it to the test. If we can, we treat that as support. All right, right now it's under pressure. So now, if it does expand, where's our runway? 695. So in pursuit of 695, in the case I did take that, I'm looking for double digits and a push into 695 with runners. The 695, if you're looking at the money, if you're looking to use the target as the contract, a lot of you did reach out to me, say that you like to use the target as the contract. All right. Just know this: if it's gonna move, it's gonna move. All right. If you're relatively within close, I mean, if we're at 694, if you have the 705s, right? Unless you get a massive move, though, those are not going to really move, and it's not worth it. Those contracts are what, 10, 15 cents. So do you really want to buy 100 of those contracts, or do you want to buy 50 or 25? It's going to cost you the same amount of money of the at the money and the money. Cheap doesn't always mean good. Cheaper doesn't always mean good. Okay, you have to understand the dynamics of those contracts, the internal dynamics. So for this next position, I'm looking for a nice hold, maybe for 15, 30 minutes. So I look to play something bigger picture. My primary interest, of course, is if I'm making the argument for expansion, team, is this, okay? Is this runway. Basically between here and here, between those highs and here. So the question becomes, do I want to buy? Do I want to buy at the very high in pursuit of expansion? Or do I want to go inside out? What I mean by that is, do I want to take it from an internal level back to the outside? So from the internal level back to the outside. We did grab first shift highs. What are some levels in that area? Internal levels to position us. If it grabs first shifts, if it grabs these lows, all the way down here, I'm really interested in those calls. Okay. So again, Another rejection. And you saw from me from here to here was 20%. Okay. So do we do the same thing? Do we do the same dance? Drop back into PML, not PMH, I should say. To fuel into that expansion. Down falling off a cliff. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. We got 30 plus people joining us on the check-in. Let me see how many likes we got. 50 likes is the goal. Help us get to 2,800 subs. Okay, the goal is 2,800 subs. 60% of the people that do watch are not subscribed. So we can easily get there if all you subscribe. How many likes do we got? So we got 30 plus people, 11 likes. Let's get the likes up. Okay. 3-to-1 ratio. Let's see if we can get a 1-to-1. 1-to-1. If we have a 1-to-1 ratio, videos can easily get anywhere from 300 to 400 likes. All right, so you, the viewer, dictate how far this channel goes. So the ball is in your court. Me, the host, the creator, the trader, all I can do is show up and do my part. Provide value, thorough analysis. Everything else is up to you guys. Okay. So another breakdown back to downside after grabbing those shift highs. So does this look like expansion? Yes or no? Does this look like a breakout? Yes or no? A lot of contract expiring today as well, guys. End of the month, end of the week. We finally get a week on February, a new month on the first day of the week, right? So we got new monthly candle, new weekly candle, new daily candle. The quarterly candle separates from the monthly candle. So if you're targeting this all the way back down, look at that. This one's actually clearer than this one. So now, let's see. They want to do one more time, and I'll definitely be there for this one. This kind of encompasses a big box because there's a lot of key levels there. Look, hopefully someone is riding that. Hopefully someone who's looking for an opportunity had the conviction to take this and is being rewarded if you are patient. Okay. So second target hit. Third target is 691.80. If we can hold below 692.75. My goodness, guys. What a frustrating day it is for people looking for that continued push. NVIDIA, beautiful job, Carlos. Open it up here. Triple top, NVIDIA. What appears to have market low. VWAP, beautiful, beautiful. Break even on the day, done for the day. The make or break trade for profit break even was my initial entry at 2010.20. After the wick. The lifestyle I'm pursuing is 9:30 to 11. So break even is great. If you want to share, you guys did on the month, we'll do the end of the month poll. Okay, if you came into the month, right, prepared to take advantage of the opportunities and you fell short, don't be discouraged. There's 11 more of these. All right? Just have gratitude that you had the chance to trade, you had the opportunity to learn, recenter yourself, refocus, and there's more opportunities. I bet you if you're really locked in and you really followed your plan or you really followed your rules and you fell short, you've learned so much. And if you put the reckless trading away and you're evolving into a professional, strategic, methodical trader, but you don't have the results you want to see, don't go back to the way you were. Just see how far you came. All right, there's still a long way to go. Everything you learned, you can leverage in February. Okay, it's going to take some time for you to start to see those results, guys. This is for the people that are doing everything they can in their power, and they're following their rules, just getting stopped out, and just fell a little short. Everyone else who came into the month, came into the year, right, and closed the first month of the year green, and is your first ever month green. All right, you have the tools necessary to sustain. So don't start to think you figured it out. You still have to go back to the lab, put the work in, look for holes in your game, improve, because next month is going to be filled with challenges, and on the other side of the challenges is where the opportunities are. All right, we're taking it week by week, day by day, shift by shift, month to month, eventually quarter by quarter. Okay? So whichever side of the spectrum you're on, don't be discouraged. Everyone has something to do, something to improve. All right, you're making strides. You're making strides. You're making improvements. So what a drop here once again. So I'll be a participant once we get into that green box. So we'll do the end of the week, end of the day, end of the month poll at the very end. And then, of course, guys, we're going to wrap up January stream. 12% on SPY. Beautiful job, Carlos. Yep, ranging. Look at that. So today's a trap. Today, they were literally just taking advantage of people that have not navigated the month before. They maybe got a good trade yesterday, euphoric, coming to today, give everything up. That's why that was the primary thing we wanted to pay attention to. So strikers, for the ones who did join us, January's chat will be archived. All the chats are archived. We started this thing back in April. So you can go back and see, especially if you're active in the chat, you're sharing your ideas, you can see how much improvements you're making. All right, the goal is, God willing, to have 12 of these by the end of the month. All right, and go back to the chat. Go back, how we navigate as a team. This is an individual sport, but we navigate it from a team, from a team approach, from a team standpoint. All right, well, what a drop here. What a drop. Okay, so if you are logging off, if you are signing off for the rest of the week, one or two things you're looking to improve. Okay. One thing you did well, okay, and one thing you're looking to improve. Trust me, when you do these exercises, right, it helps you more than the people you're sharing it with. Completely voluntary, but one thing you're looking to improve from this month, and one thing you did well. There's something you did well. One thing to give yourself credit. It can be something as simple as being disciplined to show up every day. All right? So one thing you did well, one thing you're looking to improve, and over the weekend, reset, recharge. We have a stretch right in front of us. I don't think we have any breaks in February. All right, so we have a good understanding of how the action is moving. We have a good understanding so far. And same framework going into February. Shift by shift, day by day, week by week. Eventually the month will end. All right? So the January chat will be archived. So on Monday, look for the February chat. Okay, February chat will be available on Monday. Got that bounce. Coming from that trap. Good, good, good. Great job, Carlos. And you see what Kevin posted here? Look at that. So everything is inside, meaning indecisive. NVIDIA is showing some signs of life. Right? NVIDIA is above that 190, is between that 190, 195. So range-bound traders, right? Yesterday you weren't rewarded. Today you are. If you managed risk yesterday, you're a range-bound trader. You had a red day, but today they give you what you're looking for. You bounce back. Okay? You bounce back. Yeah, again, guys, make sure to, if you're in the chat, if we can get to, let's see, if we can get to, I'll just drop the Google Meets link in the chat on YouTube. All right, if we can get, how many likes we got? Let's get to 30 likes before 11:30. 30 likes before 11:30. I'll drop the Google Meets link in there. Delay for ad-free stream, just to give you a preview. If you're having a hard time joining the free tier Discord to access that chat, to access the stream. So for the folks in our private community, they have another chart that they can see, where I put the ideas there. Folks on YouTube, you see this screen. Okay, you see this screen here. Game just got canceled. Chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. I'll be waiting right here. Can you scalp these pops? Sure. But I'm looking for something to sit in for a little bit. Use more or use less size. And just kind of widen the stop a little bit and just see if we can start to cook for a big percentage gain to end off the month. All right. Let's take a look at what's going on across the board here. Quick halftime check. Look at SPY. So strikers, you see? Look at that. Piano keys. Matter of fact, we're going piano keys at the same time. We're creating a nice little bilateral symmetrical triangle. If you draw from here, you can see a little bit more. Okay. That's another sign that further confirms the action. Mags not going anywhere. Look at that. The Dow, piano keys, NFNG. MU, that opportunity was right there yesterday. All right. We're going to catch MU one of these days. All right. But not off of breaks, continue to push higher on pullbacks. So this exact setup, one of these weeks, will be there for it. I'll explain it to you. MU continues to expand. Can we all agree? Okay, we can all agree MU was the number one performer in S&P 500 last year. So far, probably the number one up until this point. All I need MU to do next week, okay, is continue. Okay, MU, new week opens up. I want it to break above that weekly upside breaker. Fantastic. Want some time to pass. All right, maybe midweek we pull back for some odd reason. Technical pullback. And then I'm looking to engage right off of that. So I'll let it break. If I'm trading it intraday, maybe you can take advantage of the break and retest of the initial break level. But I like it midweek because what's happening with MU, if you study MU for long enough, or if you pay attention to it for long enough, what's happening is MU comes back, makes a move, chops around, comes into a technical level, and then the very next day, okay, it gaps up. So it doesn't give you a chance. So MU might be a situation where, if you're looking for those massive, massive gains, might be a situation where you put the risk on, you define risk, allocate risk intraday, okay, take profits, reduce risk, and then let it play out. And if you just go back on MU, you'll see it take place multiple times. You'll see it take place multiple times. So MU, we're starting to see SPY make a nice little bounce. See if we can get above VWAP. VWAP is as flat as can be. All right. Tesla. Tesla did report earnings, fell off a cliff, still range bound. So Tesla not going anywhere fast. So when I say range bound, all right, it's not like Tesla's trading in the tiny range. This is a massive range. Okay, this is a $30 range, $40 range. So this is reserved for intraday. If it's range bound, intraday traders can figure it out. But I don't trade Tesla intraday. All right, unless there's something clean, I don't trade it intraday. All right, I rather entertain opportunities on SPY. Now, have I traded it before? Absolutely. We can see NVIDIA is the one that made the nice push, but piano keys there as well. Struggling, and NVIDIA is at this critical resistance here as well. So let's see if NVIDIA can get its act together. NVIDIA has been the biggest, I would say, the biggest bust this year. So NVIDIA is a number one. Think of this. NVIDIA is the number one draft pick for the 2026 season, for the 2025 season. Okay, underperformed. Say it's the number one draft pick for 2026. It's on everyone's radar. Okay, underperformed. Gold, which is like a mid-second round pick, outperforming. Palantir, I'm keeping an eye on Palantir. I like this drop, came at that key level. There might be one more drop left in it. Palantir, I'm starting to get interested in Palantir. We'll monitor that into next week. Google, same thing. Does this look like it's expanding or range bound? Range bound. Okay. Broadcom, expanding or range bound? Range bound. What is the argument for expansion? Get above these highs. Is it peekaboo above the highs or decisive reclaim? Not a peekaboo. A peekaboo is a trap. You don't want it to go peek above it and come back. All right? That's terrifying. You want it to be decisive. Okay? Then that window opens up. Until then, it's range bound. Amazon. Amazon is in the middle of the range. In the middle is a riddle. JPM. JPM looks like it wants to catch a bid here. See if JPM can get above that 305, hold above that 305, and start working its way to 310. Okay, JPM. Okay. Maybe an inverse head and shoulder on JPM Brewing. This is all intraday activity, guys. Lily. Not much there. Meta made a nice expansive move post earnings. Now it's been range bound. Okay, so see Meta buyers can protect this. If you believe in that breakdown, if buyers don't step up here, right, we have a lot of room to go south. Just depends on how you want to position yourself. There's two types of bears. If you're a bear that likes to take rejections, okay, or are you a bear that likes to take breakdowns with retrace rejects? You guys understand? Some bears like to take the rejection off the highs. Some people like the breakdown to take place, take the breakdown or take the retrace reject after that breakdown. So Meta range bound. Netflix, okay. Netflix is starting to wake up. I want to see that 85. Still on watch. Apple going nowhere fast. At earnings, still couldn't get above this resistance. See if it wants to go south. BMR. Baba. Don't have anything there. Intel. Intel was clean. Now it's kind of just range bound there. MSTR. Okay. TSM. Range bound as well on TSM. UNH, nothing there. XYZ. Starbucks fell off a cliff. Good night, Starbucks. SoFi did report earnings. SoFi is below 23. At 23. So traditionally, I like SoFi at 25. Post earnings, if SoFi can continue to fall off a cliff. So we haven't traded SoFi this year yet. If SoFi can continue to fall off a cliff, I'll welcome it. Right? 20, 23. If it can go to 20, that's wonderful. I don't think it's going to get to 20. If it can, I can be there to entertain it. Reclaim back above 25, can always be there. So let it sort itself out. Let SoFi get its stuff together. I just reported earnings fresh off of earnings. Okay? So again, earnings beat on both fronts. Boeing was looking interesting. Now starting to fall off a cliff here as well. All right, if the Dow starts to make a nice move, Boeing might be worth taking a look at. If you never traded Boeing before, you can put it on your radar. It moves nicely. Right. If you put the 50-50 on this, that's still premature, that 50-50. If you're waiting for 50-50, you're waiting for it to come in a little lower into this territory here, between 213 and 220-ish. All right, so if this will be a shallow bounce on Boeing. That pretty much brings us up to speed. Unless you guys have chart requests, that pretty much brings us up to speed. Okay. What's moving? Let's see if there's any movers. Again, guys, you do have access to this full watch list, comprehensive watch list. Okay, Take-Two Interactive, the makers of 2K. Report earnings possibly. This is probably an earnings move here. Falling off a cliff, down 9%. Roblox. Okay. Good night, Roblox. Traded below 70. NEM, Fox, Circle, mRNA, Wolf, Carvana down another 5%. Zillow, Roku, UPST, a lot of the 2020 names. Biggest winners, SanDisk, post earnings, makes a nice pop, starts to drop, trap. Verizon did report earnings as well. GME up 3%, T-Mobile, AMC, Dow, ANF, GE, Zoom. Was it Zoom that was making a run earlier this week? It's a horrible chart on Zoom. Crocs, General Mills, SAP, TGT, MO, Hood and Palantir. Hood and Palantir on watch for next week. Okay? So take a look at those names over the weekend. Hood and Palantir. Okay, Hood and Palantir I'll watch for next week, okay? Let's see if we get a nice little pop or drop. We're within the range, we're in a range. A range within a range within a range. If we are going to pursue PML, okay, if we do make a dash from PMH to PML, if it becomes one of those days where we do that, PML is all the way at 687.04. Okay, 687.04. 687.04. So we have seen PML dash days, but that's all the way in a different stratosphere. Okay. But we do see PML dash days, all right? We go from one end to the next. But that's right now, that's not on the forecast. Right now, what we're primarily dealing with is, can it respect this area? If it breaks down fully below it, gets below that weekly open, gets below expected move, then that becomes on the radar. All right? So we can address that when it needs to be addressed. But in the meantime, we're going to focus on what we have in front of us. 4 15-minute orb fakeouts. The orb fakeout strategy is legit, 100%. So if you did trade the orb fakeout strategy, the trap here, trap there, you played it beautifully, trap there as well. So the orb is a momentum strategy. Orb traders, I do have a 9-10 part series breaking down the orb and how to trade it properly. Right? And the conditions that need to be there. All right? So if you are in the Discord, you need to work your way through the curriculum. So go to Shockwave 15 course. All right? Shockwave 15. So this allows you not to get trapped. Okay? So these are all private videos. Look. Okay? We're due for a series. Right? I had a great time doing that series. We're due for another series. Okay? So far, earnings beat, but still down. I take UNG, call Weather Lotto, working so far. So you've been on top of that last week as well. So rinse and repeat. MU still owes me a fund from COVID days. See if we hit the bottom, bounce again. That's what I'm looking for. Absolutely, Jose. We're all navigating this together. Okay, so let me keep my eyes. I'm looking at the 692s. So we're back below the orb. Once again, dip into it a little bit. If it takes off, now I have to see if there's enough momentum off of this to lead us back at the daily open. I want it to come sweep, okay? Clean up at first shift's lows. Where's the Qs? Qs just fell off. Might be some selling pressure left in it. Again, if you're waiting for 5-minute confirmation, wait for 5-minute confirmation. You guys know the drill. If you're waiting for a 1-minute combo, early entry. So you're going to get a break above candle high, 691.41. Has not swept yet. If you believe this is going to lead to a breakdown, okay, you need price to slice through this and turn into a retrace reject. Okay, slice right through it. So what I'm deciphering here is that we continue to respect this area, and they continue to run the trap algo. Okay, range bound algo. So there's a lot of liquidity down here. So let's see if we can come sweep that. Come a little lower. Don't be shy. I'll go a little further out, 693s. Again, this is basically, I'm on lotto time. All right, if you're green up until now, be green, stay clean. We already talked about 2 setups here. Already took advantage there. So now let's see if we can start to get out of here. Show some signs. We did grab first shift lows. And we can get back above that weekly upside breaker, 691.12. I'll be there. Only thing that's discouraging, the fact that we are a little hot on the VIX. VIX is a little hot. But if we can get above these highs, I might be forced to take that push higher. But I want it to drop even more. Come to that weekly open. See if weekly open buyers step in. See weekly open buyers step in. So now this is looking very good for the breakdown camp. Expansion camp, they're looking here. They're saying, hey, you know what? This might be it. This might be it. That weekly open needs to hold. Can we get a hold of this weekly open? Still deciphering. If we did break below that orb finally, after multiple attempts, the Qs are selling off, the Dow's selling off, VIX is ripping and roaring. 5 minute has a lot of selling left in it. So let it die down a little bit. See if a new cohort of buyers step in on this next candle. Okay. Let's see. At least get a 5 minute hammer. Intel, get Intel off my chart. Intel. 690 coming up. Don't forget. 690 is right there near that expected move. Okay. Now, I want that candle to close right off that weekly open. Okay. I'll take it right there. Okay, I'm in the calls. See if 690 can hold. No, close below 690. Didn't get a good fill. I got the fill at the very top, but I'm okay with that. So this has to do a lot of work back the upside. There's an early entry. Up 3, up 6. If you did take this, manage accordingly. TP where you need to. See if I can front run that 5 minute hammer. If we close below 690, then I'll be out of there. These are the 693s, a little further out, lottos. Okay, let's see what we got here. So first one's to the party. 5 minute hammer is still brewing, is still being worked on. Bulls are still chipping away. Bulls are still mining. At this current juncture, we need to get above 690.96. This is looking like a nice little bear flag, possibly. All right. Looking at a nice little bear flag, possibly. So we need buyers to step in. If we close below 690, I'll be out of there. 690 will be the last line of defense. If you're waiting for a 5 minute hammer of some sort, you're still waiting. So the plan for this trade for me is to kind of just let it cook, sit in it for a little bit. Lotto size, no rush. Go a little further out. Widen the stop a little bit. That is looking like an expansion move to the downside, possibly if no buyer step in. 6.9 will be the fine line in the sand. 6.9 will be the fine line in the sand. See if buyers can step in. That weekly open will be critical in just a few minutes here. We will have a clear separation away from it. All right, what I'm betting on in this case, I have a horse in the race for us to reclaim that 690.49. Buyer step in and trap shorts. Okay. Okay, there we go. We need a decisive reclaim of 690.94. There we go. There we go. Get above that weekly upside breaker. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Up 15. Take a majority off right there. Thank you very much. Add 15. Oh, we can get some pushback. We can get some pushback off of those waves. Okay, so the wave army might start jumping in. So we'll see if we can. So let me set my NC in this case. My NC in this case is no close below that weekly open. While we're starting to bounce, let's see if the buyers can start stepping in on all the indexes, and we need to fight. We need to fight for this 5-minute candle. The bulls need to fight for this 5-minute candle. This 5-minute candle has 3 minutes left in it. Still early. They can get that rejection off that weekly upside breaker. Still early, but they need to fight for it. Keep it bright green. Keep it bright green and keep price above these levels. All right. Now, the next area we need to get above is that 691.12. 691.12. What are we facing? What are we challenged with? A potential flag breakdown, continue push lower. In the meantime, while we hang out here, the VIX needs to start cooling off. The Qs are course correcting. The 5-minute candle is starting to shape up. Still 2 minutes left. So we just need to hang out in this green box and keep this 5-minute candle bright green. If we can do that, we'll be in good shape. Okay, we'll be in good shape. For at least to push back into 691.80. Okay, but we need to address this area. Elephant in the room is that weekly upside breaker. That 5-minute candle, bright green, engulfer would be beautiful. Go, go, go. See if they can really trap those sellers here. I already TP with the majority at 15. Send a little bit of green here. We just need this 5-minute candle to hold. All right, hold, hold, hold. Okay, look at the back and forth. We need it to at least hold above these highs. If we can do that, that'd be great. Because we're trying to use this next 5-minute candle to position us for the next 5-minute candle. If that next 5-minute candle that comes in a minute and some change, if it breaks above these highs, reversal's in full effect. At least back into here. Okay? Go, go, go. Look at that, guys. Look at that. TP where you need to. Up 20, 21. Go, go, go. Targeting 691.80. Make sure you have something to show for it. Contracts are very erratic. The further out the money you are. Okay, 23 seconds left. 23 seconds left. We need price to stay above 691.12. We need the VIX to start cooling down. it can't stay above that 691.12, I might have to just part ways. Because that flag is looking appealing. Okay, just giving it a little bit of time. So you can get back above that high. Now, the 5-minute army. Okay, you guys are tasked with, hey, you know what? We got an engulfing candle. Can we get above that 5-minute candle's high? Okay, so there you go, guys. Double-digit opportunity. Do what you want with it. Now, who took that? If you took that, put a $sign in the chat. Make sure you have something to show for it. Anything can happen. Have your no close in place. Targeting here. Five minutes on the verge of triggering. 5 minutes on the verge of triggering. We have that yearly upside breaker as well right there. We need to get above that orb. The orb is right there. 15-minute orb is right there. We need to get above it. We're not going to sit there and flirt with the orb. We need to get above it. 691.33. See if we can get them to push into 691.80. So there's a cohort of orb bar participants. So what you're don't want to see is a breakdown here. Don't want to see a breakdown here. Let's use this path into 691.80, piece by piece, one at a time. Okay, trigger that 5-minute candle would be great. If we start breaking down, I'll just close out. Okay, I'll close out there. Okay, so I did see 20 plus. Eventually took a majority off at 15 and close out right there. That's probably the cue. That's probably the cue for it to blast off. Okay, that's probably the cue. So if you're in, you should be very confident. All right? I mean, you got to be kidding me. You can't make this stuff up, guys. You can't make this stuff up. So that's something I'm looking to touch up this week. Maybe it might be, I'll try to get to the bottom of it from an underlying perspective. All right. Just being a little more patient, holding it, let it do its job. I'm kind of getting in my own way this week. All right, but nonetheless, hopefully you guys are learning. Nice opportunity there. Whatever you did with it, you did with it. Whatever you did with it, good. We talked about the setup. We took the setup. Yeah, I sat through some drawdown. I sat through like 15, 20% drawdown. Right? So it wasn't all rainbow. But it's accounted for. Meaning, remember, before we said I'm going to go a little further out, treat it as a lotto, willing to sit through a little bit of drawdown. Where do we bounce from? 100%, guys. They can read our minds. I got out on that pop. Good. 32 puts our print, took 6 trades today following a new strategy that is still based on the orb. Was not greedy. TP when the orb gave 90%. Beautiful job. Good. So folks on YouTube, that's how you look for it. What I'm looking for here is more of a decisive push. I don't like the fact that the bulls had to struggle to get it there. So the best traps, if you have a mechanism to catch the bottom, all right, you know the best ones take place really quickly. Right? What I mean by that is minimal delay, minimal friction. So now if we kind of zoom out, this kind of looks like a potential flag setting up back the downside. All right, on the verge. Okay, on the verge. Okay. If you're still holding, as long as your risk is defined, that's fine. But more than that, more than the trade, more than the idea, hopefully you're learning. Okay. The stuff that we teach here, if you really apply it, for the ones who do apply, in the beginning stages of my journey, this type of program, I would have been all over this type of program. I'd be watching everything left and right. I'd be going back and watching the episodes over the weekend. So I'll go back to the specific session that I trade. So if I were a viewer and I was looking to trade, learn how to scalp SPY, this would be my game plan. On top of the studying I'm doing, refinement I'm doing, I'd literally go back to all the episodes. I'll go back to all the episodes, 5 episodes. And I'll go back to the window. I'll go back to that 2-hour window, 1-hour window, or the orb window. Okay? And watch it. All 5. See what took place. Make note of the catalyst. Make note of the environmental conditions. That's going to be 10 times better than back testing. Back testing, you're dealing with, back testing is like history. Right? But you can really see this for your specific window. You can put it on mute. If you want, you can enjoy the commentary, of course. The way I do the commentary, guys, is I try to kind of speak into the future. So when I look back at it, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm looking for. So just like anyone else, when I go back and watch, I go back and watch my trades, right? And go back over the game film. I'm saying things out loud because I'm trying to explain to myself the rationale when I go back and watch it. There shouldn't be a trade I take for no reason. Even if the reason is just an excuse to take a trade, there shouldn't be a pointless trade. So you can go back for this entire week, first hour, 2x speed, 3x speed. If you want to watch the entire commentary, make notes. That's the kind of work it takes. Right? Because even me, I'm putting a high level of work as well. I could just say, hey, you know what? I don't need to review. Who cares? I'm good. But you have to be a student forever. You have to be a student of the game. And I love this game. And I'm forever a student of the game. So I'm looking to improve at all times. And this is a game you can play where you don't have to stop playing. It's not like professional sports, right? You fall off a cliff after 30, after 35, right? This is a game you can play for the rest of your life. It doesn't care where you're from, how old you are, your skin color, your background, your educational status, your educational pedigree, whether you have degrees or you don't have any degrees, it doesn't matter. Right? This is the ultimate equalizer. All right? The market is going to trap everyone. It doesn't care who it is. It's not going to say, hey, you know what, I'm not going to trap you here because you have a PhD in finance. Nope, doesn't care. You too can get it. Right? So that opens up the opportunity, guys. That is, to me, that's opportunity. The reason why I fell in love with trading once I got into it is because I saw how much I was losing doing things wrong. And I come to the conclusion, if I can do things wrong and lose this much, again, inverse logic, How would if I learn to do things right? Could I make half that much? All right. So flagging here. So go back, make sure you do your review. February, a different ball game. Okay. Different ball game in February. Clean slate. What happened in January is done. That's it. It's in the history books. February, you got to prove yourself once again. Okay, the first 3 quarters, basically in a year, you're basically just building a cushion. That's all you're doing. So taking those profits and managing risk the first 3 months, the first month, the first 2 months, the first few weeks of the year are critical because you're building cushion. Keep in mind, you're basically starting at zero. Whether you have $1 million account, whether you have a $1,000 account, $500, whatever your account is, you're at zero. Okay, you didn't make a penny, you didn't lose a penny day one. Your account is just the leverage. Okay, the account is just leverage, your ability to leverage. How much leverage can you buy? That's all it is. Okay. So make sure to review. End of week review. End of month review. Set aside 30 to 45 minutes. If you're still getting into the habit of reviewing, maybe it's going to take you an hour, 2 hours. Okay. But at least take one day away from the charts. I don't want you to review for 12 hours on both Saturday and Sunday. All right, just out of the 48 hours you have between Saturday and Sunday, minus sleep. Okay? Minus sleeping. So you have 48 hours. We all got 48 hours Saturday and Sunday. So you sleep 7 hours, 8 hours, let's just say 8. Okay, that means you have 32 hours to spare. Out of those 32 hours, you just need to give one. Just one, or a piece of one. I'm pretty sure you can find a way to squeeze an hour or half an hour of your time to go back into your journal, to review the trades you took. If you're not documenting the trades, start documenting for February, fresh month. I have the free trading journal available. Okay, that's available to everyone. Okay, completely for free. Okay, Google Docs. All right, you can customize it your way. You can do it the way you want, completely for free. Okay, completely for free. Very simple. Direction, setup, size, how long, green, return, notes. If you don't want to use that, or if you want to use something, checklist, print out 5 of these every week. Print out 5 of these every week and fill them out. Okay, new month. See if you can do it. Don't challenge yourself to do it for the whole month. Just do 5 days. I promise you, this will help you build a system for those of you who are looking for a system. So regardless if you're green, regardless if you're yellow, regardless of whatever color, whatever end of the spectrum you're on, okay, you need to go through the same process. So it looks like we caught the bottom there. Okay. So those contracts are at 85. They're about to go in the money if we can get above 693. Back at VWAP now. All right, so that's what you need. That's what everyone needs to do. Even myself, that's what I need to do. I'm no different. I need to go back, review, see some things I need to improve, clean up, continue to do more of the things I'm doing right, and less of the things I'm doing wrong. If you're not doing that, your demise is around the corner. I'm not trying to be here negative. I'm not wishing negative things upon anyone. All right. But if you're not doing those things to prepare yourself, your demise is around the corner. It's just lurking. Right? You need to have some sort of process. Okay, you need to have some sort of process. It's not a want, it's a need. If you don't have one, all the tools are there. If you need help building one, if you need personal one-on-one time, book a call. A lot of you do book calls. I get the chance to work with you individually. Okay? So there's no excuse. If you want it, it's there. And most people, it might not pertain to everyone. Most people say they want something, but they don't really want it. They want what comes with it, but they don't really want it. They want what comes after all the work gets put in. But if you really want it, you sign up for everything. You sign up for the ups, the downs, the left, the right, the wins, the losses, the pain, the gain. And if you have process and you're dedicated and you're constantly improving, you will be incrementally getting better. Okay, see, we can start to break down here. Fall back below 690, 180. Another sweep with these lows might look entertaining, but I'm gonna be done. Outside of that Intel trade, all three trades worked in our favor. Okay, all three of them worked in our favor. Same thing as yesterday. Difference is yesterday, Walmart worked in our favor. If you're still holding this, again, 5 minute, there's no signs of slowdown. That's the earliest entry you can get. Bigger picture, look at the chop. We're still chopping around. All right, this is vicious. Okay. Vicious activity. I'm going to drop the link to the delay for ad-free stream here for the folks on YouTube for the last hour. If you're a first-time viewer on YouTube, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Join our free community that's available. The ones who are looking to level up their trading, join our paid community that's available at smartactiontrade.com. Okay. So now, say if I'm in this position. Okay, we start to crack here. We fall back below key level. Then unless I want to sit through this going all the way back here, then I'll probably just say, you know what? Thank you. That was a fun ride. I'll move along. What you need to understand is, okay, with options, this can be your entry. As time passes, your break-even point is no longer here. As time passes, what happens is this. Your break-even starts to follow you. Your break-even starts to follow you. Okay? So it's not static where, hey, you know what? If it falls back here, I'm going to be break-even here. No. Your break-even is probably now here. So you always have to reassess and recalibrate where break-even is. It's not like futures trading where, hey, you know what? I can sit through this. If I put my stop at break-even, it gets back here. No harm, no foul. That's not true. You need to recalibrate break even. The more time passes, the closer break even gets to the current price. Okay? Break even calibration is required. Absolutely, Jose. I was looking at your comment earlier. Very first trade. Again, guys, first month in the books. Leave a testimonial. Leave a review. The live sessions is on YouTube. I'll probably start recording the one on Google as well. I have a Google One account. I think I have a lot of storage, cloud storage that comes with it. So I'll probably start recording the Google streams as well, so there's no ads, and we'll start building that library. Will that be helpful for you guys on Discord? Let me know. If that'll be helpful for you guys on Discord, we'll do that as well. But all of the lives, by the end of this month, the only lives that are going to be on the channel, it's taking me some time to take them down, is going to be the 2026 stuff. All right? So we've been doing this for a long time, guys. We just didn't show up because it's 2026. My resolution was, no, let me start a channel in 2026. No. We've been grinding for a long time. That's one thing we know how to do. Okay, put our head down and put the work in. Okay, so that's available. If you go to the Discord, if you go to the playlist. So currently I don't have anything on Google Meets. Go to Live Trading Video Library. If you go all the way here. Okay. Let's see, for instance. You guys have access to all these streams. And you have access to the 2K to 10K challenge. Watch the whole thing to find out what took place. Let's go to a random one. Let's go to this one here. And you'll see we're trading the same thing. I'm going to put it on mute. See if we can get that to play. So nothing changes. TOG, daily upside breaker, PML, PMH. 518 puts. All right, look. So back then, all right. So the sell block grab above PMH, nice little drop back to downside. 518 puts. So this is not some new strategy I just pulled out of thin air. And more puts here. So I've been refining this, tweaking it, sticking to the same thing for a long, long time, guys. All right, so you're in good hands. Okay, you're in good hands. It's like Allstate, right? Allstate. So I'll start creating a nice little playlist for Google as well, because Google will have the pre-market stream. So I'll start doing that. It's a matter of me just clicking a button. All right. So if I can do that, if that can provide more value for you guys, I'll have another playlist set up that includes the entire thing without the ads, without the delays and stuff. Okay. So if I'm interested in taking something, it's off of these lows. All right. By this point, to be honest, if you're not mentally exhausted by now, right, these candles, they'll make you delirious after a while. So that's available there, but I'm done for the day. Done for the day, done for the week, done for the month. If I were to be a trader, if I were to look for an opportunity, sweep. Okay, clean up at 690, 690.27. Okay, sweep down here, sweep up there. Anything in between, stay clean. Unless I'm going internal to external. I want to go from external to internal. 27% on VWAP. Beautiful job, Jason. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So before you guys sign off, one, give yourself credit for one thing you're looking to improve. Okay? I'll start. One thing I can improve. It changes week to week, but holistically, being just a little bit more patient and less front running. Right? Less front running, a little more patience, and letting the runners do their job. Now, one thing I did great, if I were to give myself credit, is the risk management. Okay, risk management, cutting the trades, following the risk management game plan. And my entire system is predicated on that. Okay? I have to, is not want to. The risk management has to be priority for me. It should be for you as well. But for me, risk management is very, very important, or the most important thing. Okay, so do the same. Don't only go to your journal to tear yourself into pieces. I always say it. Sometimes you can be overly critical, beat yourself up. You're not doing anyone any favors. All right? No one's going to come and start speaking life to you. So you're responsible and refilling your own cup. All right? So give yourself credit where credit is due. Be constructive in your criticism. All right? Don't be overly critical. Be constructive. Be constructive. Say, hey, you know what? I did this. What can I learn from it? How can I put the proper measures in place to ensure this doesn't happen again, or to reduce the frequency of this happening? If you're notorious for not cutting trades, I'm not going to sit here and say you're going to just overnight change. If I'm notorious, say my biggest problem is, hey, you know what, cutting trades. Okay, my biggest problem is cutting trades. My setups go. My biggest problem is, for some reason, I just don't cut my trades. That's not going to go away overnight. There's not going to be some magic solution that you can take that's going to change that struggle. So what you're probably going to have to do is, you know what, instead of trying to eliminate that completely, let me just do a better job on cutting. If I'm taking 3 trades, okay, at bare minimum, let me just cut one of them on time. Let me just start from there. Let me just cut one of them. And then eventually let me do that back-to-back times. All right? Back-to-back times. So just cut one on time. And then now try to do it back-to-back. All right? Same thing with taking profits. If you're notorious for not taking profits and letting trades go green to red, that's my pet peeve personally. Okay, I don't like when that happens. So when a trade goes green, I'm right. I took the time to find a setup. I'm right. I had an opportunity to take profits. I didn't. And it goes like this. Because I was looking for something up here. Because my TP was up here. Okay? I went past this target. But for some reason got all the way up there and collapsed. And goes to green. Maybe start saying, hey, you know what? At least let me take some off once. And let me do it back-to-back. Do it for 2 trades. All right, just start at the bare minimum. All right, I know a lot of you really, really struggle with those 2 things. All right, so instead of just saying, hey, you know what, just completely eliminate it, right? Which, of course, is easy to say. Maybe try to do it 2 times in a row and see where it goes from there, and get comfortable with cutting those trades for small losses. Everything doesn't have to be make or break, boom or bust. All right, it's gonna send you through an emotional roller coaster. The boom or bust cycles, famine feast, right? That's gonna be very tough. Eventually, it's gonna take a toll on your mental, and you're gonna bust. You can only do that for so long. Right? So February, we got some tremendous opportunities coming up. So do your part to get ready. Okay? If you're interested in joining our community for the month of February, take advantage. The code is available. Go to smartactiontrade.com. Start off a fresh month in our community. WHOP. Okay, first month, $37. Absolute steal. Yearly bundle, grab the yearly bundle. Everything's going to increase mid-February, mid-March. Or not mid-March, beginning of March. Maybe 4 or 5x. Okay? And even if it goes 4 or 5x, right, the value, right, is still unmatched. Okay? I'm not saying it because it's what we're doing, but it's the proof is there. So if you're signing off, one thing you're looking to improve, all right? These small exercises, trust me, I know they might sound trivial. We're all adults here. Yeah, I know it sounds trivial, but trust me, words carry weight. Okay, words carry weight. Okay, thoughts precede words. Goes thoughts, words, and action. So words are very, very powerful. Okay. Okay, change, adding to bad trades, cutting them that completely, working on indicators and confirmation. Keep, I take profits pretty quickly, all the time, but enough for me to green this month. Wow. So thesis, tremendous job on being green this month. With things to improve and still closing green, even if it's $1 green, whatever it is, green is green. That's going to do tremendous things for your confidence, and great job. All right, great job, because it's going to build momentum, guys. It's like a reversal. Okay, there's so many parallels you can draw. When price is falling off a cliff, what do we look for? When price is falling off a cliff, what do we look for? Do we look for it to do this? No, we don't need it to do that. We're looking for a sweet little landing spot and just one little sign. That's it. We're starting to break down here fully, guys, fueled by this nice little channel break. One little sign. And this one little sign, this one little candle, eventually goes from 1 minute candle to a 5-minute candle. And it goes to 15-minute candle. Okay? Then an hourly candle. Then a 4-hour candle. So on and so forth. Okay? So you might be right there on your journey. All right, this month might be the hammer candle in your trading journey. Okay? This month might be the hammer candle on your trading journey. For some. This month might be a continuation candle for others. You're just continuing to do the same thing over and over again. Rinse and repeat. This month can be a consolidation candle for some of you, meaning you're inside, you break even on the month. This month might be, there's still some selling pressure. You're still losing. All right, you're still red, but guess what? You have an opportunity to potentially go hammer next month. Okay? So very, very encouraging thesis. Complete breakdown. Where is it fueled off of? Right here. Now we get that clean break. Finally, it's been proven otherwise. So while it's breaking, snapshot. While it's breaking, what are the Qs doing? What is the Dow doing? What is the IWM doing? What is the VIX doing? All of them are headed where? South. VIX headed north. So you can see this was a nice little pump fake there. But this is fueled off of this channel. Now this does look like, guys, a dash from PMH to PML. PMH to PML dash. If we stay below 695 in New York Weekly Open. We do have monthly upside breaker there. That VWAP was right there as well when this rejection took place. So this rejection was not only this channel rejection, not only this key level rejection, it was also VWAP. So it took, how long did it take? How long did it take to get an expansion? It took until 12 o'clock. How many expansion traders exhausted themselves here? And they're out. Because they didn't get the read on the market. And now they see it play out and they're throwing their fists in the air. Because they, quote unquote, knew it was going to take place. Right? So we need to be able to get the read on the environment. Environmental reads are critical. All right? And the market did its job. Trapped everyone. Manipulated everyone on both ends. Took its time. Okay? Knew that there was a lot of demand from yesterday. A lot of eyes on the market. So people are probably just opening up the brokerage accounts, looking for a continued push, maybe a continued drop. And both participation groups are shaking out already. All right, the original bulls and bears from earlier, they're no longer here. Only the patient ones are here. Only the ones who follow structure. Only the ones who manage risk here, took small losses, see it again and re-engage. And have conviction to re-engage. Okay? And that's what we're here for, thesis, right? Day in and day out, right? To support one another, help one another. So if you were to put your the month of January in candle terms, all right, are you a hammer candle? Are you a continuation candle? Are you an inside candle? Okay, nice little breakdown there. Beautiful breakdown. We did take 4 trades today. One on Intel, did get stopped out on Intel. 20%, 14%, 15%, 21% stop on Intel. Yesterday we did decide to venture into Walmart. It worked out. Today we decided to venture into Intel. Stopped out. So let's go back and check Intel. Right, just for reference. Did I make the right call? Or, in my opinion, I like that. Why am I going to still sit in the position? I did get a nice little peekaboo. Let's see. Intraday. Did I make the right call? That was the right call. Right? Just get stopped out here. Why deal with this? This is all emotional gymnastics. Okay? It makes you flip upside down. You get high, you get low. You get high, you get low. You get high, you get low. Cut it. Move along. And more than likely, If you're paying attention to Intel, and the level of attention you pay is going to be directly related to the amount of size you allocate, okay, a percentage of your attention is taken away from SPY. So you're babysitting Intel. Okay? If you have very little size on, it might not take a lot of attention, but it's going to take some attention. If you have full size on, you're paying attention to this. Forget SPY. Right? You're just looking at SPY as a barometer. And you're paying attention. All your attention's on Intel. Okay? Made 2K today thanks to not having a delay. I'm going to log off for the day. We'll definitely join the group so I can get no delay every day. Absolutely, guys. Check out the no delay stream that's available. All right. Enjoy the YouTube. If you're on the YouTube side, enjoy YouTube. So, Haha made 2K today. So, Haha logged in, jumped in the no delay stream, and 2K. All right. So, use the money you made to reinvest in yourself. If you're not reinvesting in yourself, it will vanish. All right. So great job. Did you take that breakdown? Was it the breakdown that you took? That last trade. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Let's see if we can get 2,800 subs. We're 20 subs away. I'm pretty sure there are people that are not subscribed to the channel yet. So let's get there. And we're on the footsteps. We're knocking on the door of 3K. All right, if we can hit 3K probably mid-February, that'd be great. And for those of you who are looking to do YouTube, for those of you who are looking to build something organically, the right way, I know it might take long, but it's going to be more sustainable. Okay, we can easily go for the clickbait to get subscribers. We can easily try to play those different games, but I want to have those engaged subscribers. By the way, does anyone have a YouTube channel? I know Kevin has a YouTube channel. Does anyone have a YouTube channel in our community? If you have a YouTube channel for a business, right, small business in your local area, that's cool. Anything you have on YouTube, let us know. We'll get our strikers to subscribe to your channel. All right, and that's the whole point of the community, guys. More than trading is to build that strong community that look out for one another. Just imagine everyone is operating at their peak, extracting profits. Right? You can create something very, very powerful. You can create an entire ecosystem. Okay, ecosystem. So we'd look to wrap up the stream at about 1 o'clock, 1:30ish. If you're bracing for the storm, let me check the weather app real quick. I do enjoy, for my morning walks, I do enjoy the cold air. I do enjoy the cold air. It's not as cold as, to put it in context for my Canadians, is like minus 3 to 5. I know that's nothing, but it's just cold enough to feel the cold, right? And it does feel good breathing in cold air. All right, looks like a PML to PMH dash. PML to PMH dash, although it took forever. Or PMH to PML dash, although it took forever. Okay, so 52% of the YouTube chat is green in January. 32% of the YouTube chat is red. 16% of the YouTube chat is yellow. So for the folks on the green side, you know what to do. Rinse and repeat. Do more of the things you did right. Look for holes in your game. Your biggest threat is euphoria. Your biggest threat is your ego. Your biggest threat is thinking you got it figured out. All right, so you continue to go through your process will keep you right in the middle. Folks in the red, right, see what most of the people that are in the red, guys, either has to do with not taking profits. If you go back and review your red trades, what you'll find is this. Your biggest red trades, 9 times out of 10, okay? Your biggest red trades, not in all cases, there was a chance to take profit. That's the ironic thing. So your biggest red trade, you were actually green at some point. So the good news is, right, there is a way to correct it. There is a solution. Okay? So it's take profit. Easier said than done, but if you can frame trading the right way and understand this is just business and understand there's money on the table, and then literally you click buy and someone puts money on the table and you're saying, I don't want it. I want more. That's what you're doing when you don't close those trades out. If you're red, if you're green, you have, my rule is I have to show something. I have to show something for it. Sometimes I can't show everything for it because I only get a small piece of it, but it's better than nothing. Okay, if I'm red, if I'm wrong, I want to be wrong. Okay, I want to avoid being right than being wrong. I shoot my shot here. I miss. Fair game. I'll stop out. I'll move out of the way. Right, so you're not as far as you think you are from getting to break even. There's a couple of trades, and within those trades is just better management. So it's on you to go back and see what it is that's holding you back, right? And reduce the frequency of that particular action taking place and put parameters in place so when it does occur, it doesn't spread. Okay, so it doesn't spread. So you feel FOMO. Okay, so what do you do when you feel FOMO? You take a loss. Do you start just revenge trading and go on tilt? So if you have a tendency of doing those things, you have to put the things in place to ensure you don't go off the rails. If it means, hey, you know what? I'm only going to trade when the stream is on. I'm going to use the stream and the commentary as my companion. And I'm only going to do it between first shift and second shift and literally schedule my trading pattern to the stream. Believe it or not, it will help you tremendously. Because now you know, hey, you know what? You have this tight window to operate. And outside of that window, you don't exist. Because what happens is some people can start trading in the morning. The stream ends. You continue to trade. You give back what you made. And then you dig yourself in another hole. All right, so be very practical with the things you're going to do next month. Okay? All right. So it's very, very important to do that. And that's it. It's just those. I mean, of course, there's more to it, but it's those major things. If you can get those major things under control, now you can start focusing on the minor things. All right. In trading, there's major and minor problems. Okay. So don't worry about the minor things if you're not taking care of the major. Okay. The major is very, very important. Following risk management protocols, over trading, over leveraging. Those are huge, huge things. If you can avoid those things, you can start focusing on the smaller things. Execution, timing, those small refinement, those things that require refinement. But the problem is, in our space, guys, everything is jumbled up into one. Right? And you're trying to fix everything at the same time. Right? It's like if you're building a car from scratch. Right? First thing you need is the frame, you need the chassis. Right? You're not worried about the electronics. You're not worried about the color of the seat. You're not worried about if the windows are tinted. You're not worried about the small things. You're worried about the big things, making sure this car has wheels, a chassis, doors, and a window. Everything else, once those things are in place, we can start putting in the interior. What a bounce there. Euphoria Vera, I think the biggest right trade. You said Euphoria, and that resonated with me. My bad trade is when I think I'm missing out or scared I'm going to miss something. It's the same. We all face the same thing in some way, shape, or form. Right? We all face it at some scale. And the more you're in tune with what your challenges are, the better equipped you are to overcome those challenges. What a bounce. Buyers just stepping out of nowhere, grabbing second shift lows once again. So in this case, we expand to the downside. You have plenty of room to take profits to the downside. We start to slow down. They decide to hit buy. We'll push back up. We're back at that weekly open. The most important level for the rest of the day is going to be 690.49. 690.49. Which side of 690 do we close out? 690.49 do we close out? If we close above it, despite what took place, we're green on the week. If we close below it, we're red on the week. Okay, that's the fine line in the sand. That's what this whole back and forth is for. So let's see if we get a retrace, reject after that, or a reclaim. Retrace, reject, or reclaim. If you're zooming out, you can kind of connect those resistance levels. Okay, let's see if you can draw. You see it? I think JB beat me to it. Right. There's nice little resistance there. You got it right there. I can see it. Beautiful. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Folks on Free Trade Friday, joining us on Free Trade Friday. There's a sneak peek if you tuned in from the very top of the morning. That's what we do. So we go over. So from 9 o'clock, 9 to, let's say, 9 to basically 9:25. Okay, Eastern time is a pre-market program. Pre-market program. This includes game plan. This includes key levels. This includes thorough analysis of Bitcoin, gold, SPY, QQQ, IWM, Dow, crude, VIX, mega cap names, some pre-market movers, and game plan. So this, and then once we jump into this portion, so we do all this in the private community. Once we dive into this portion here, 9:30, we're live. Now it's how well can we follow the game plan, or if the game plan does not hold up, how well are we able to adapt to what's going on? So live trading here. Live trading and execution. Okay. Usually until 1 o'clock. Okay, 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, just depends on the day. And then after the live stream, so after, say, 1 p.m., okay, 1 p.m., okay, after 1 p.m., I have my charts until the close. Charts to close. All right, so you can see my charts. If I take any trades, if I see anything, I'll mark it out. If not, you can just passively watch it. From time to time, I just come back to the computer and see, but I'm not actively trading. If I see something very clean, I'll bring it to your attention. I'll put in the Discord. Okay? If I think it's going to be, there's enough time behind the idea for you to capitalize off it, right? If not, I'll just move the chart around and you can take advantage of the chart in real time. So that's the schedule. So this is, the better we get here, so this is where we need to be on point. All right, this is where we need to be on point. Game plan. All right, game plan. Here, 9:30 is all about how well do we execute this game plan. That's all it is, guys. How well do we execute this game plan? Taking into account risk, taking into account all the variables. It's live action. So this is the preparation. This is execution. Okay? So without this, if you don't have this, and you're just showing up, boom, you're just showing up. First of all, unless you have the ability to do the analysis fairly quickly, you have no idea what took place. You have no idea. I mean, you can pay attention to the news, but if you notice, unless the news is big enough and it comes to my radar, I don't really pay attention to it. The news has to be big enough to where it goes off on my radar. Unless it does that, it's just noise to me. Right? If you're just here, you have no idea what took place in pre-market, you have no idea what the other markets are doing, you have no idea what the levels are, you have no idea what the plan is, you have no idea what the environmental conditions are likely to be, You're just coming in. So somehow, some way, even if you're not right in the community to take advantage of this, you need to create your pre-market routine. Okay, it doesn't need to be long. All right, it doesn't need to be an hour. We would literally get things done within 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes, we cover what took place the previous day. Top-down analysis, the sectors, options flow, winners and losers, daily chart on SPY, intraday chart on SPY, highlighting the opportunities that were available, and some other gauges, fear and greed. We go over the calendar, and then on top of that, we go over the game plan, and then on top of that, we go over individual names. All within 20, 25 minutes. So that right there is critical. So you need to be able to get your routine, your pre-market routine. It has to be as efficient as possible. So I'm giving you the framework on how to build your routine. Okay? When I first started, it wasn't this efficient. I had to put the work in and literally wake up at 5 o'clock. Because I wanted it so bad. Just to learn. I'd go over tons and tons of names. Mark out the levels. But what I learned, I had to go through that process in the beginning, but what I learned is by the time the market opened, I was already exhausted. The fight I had inside me, okay? I exhausted in pre-market. The whole point of pre-market is not to exhaust yourself. The whole point of pre-market is to get a read. You want to perform when the lights are on. Okay? When the market is live, the lights are on. Live action. So you can't fall into that trap in the very beginning, over preparing and exhausting yourself when it's time to take action. Analysis paralysis. All right, so if you do have a pre-market routine, see if you can make it more efficient. Cut out the fat. Squeeze it into 20 minutes. We can even squeeze ours into 15, 20. We can even squeeze it to 15. All the stuff we cover, we can squeeze into 15 minutes. If I just kind of speed up the pace. Right? But we have plenty of time. 20 minutes is more than enough time. That's an eternity. Okay? Nice rejection off that orb. Just before that VWAP on SPY. Give back profit hour. We break out of this downward compression trap. So we sweep these lows, reclaim the lows, push. See if we can sweep some more lows. It's been a pretty straightforward day. If you're just patient, if you can kind of read between the lines and get a good read on the day, it's been relatively straightforward. On the ATR, we're moving $1 and some change all day, guys. So it was just as expansive as the previous day, but throughout the day. Yesterday was expansive for a short period of time. First and second shift. After that, ATR fell off a cliff. Now it's maintaining throughout the day. So we're past the halfway point. Remember the illustration we made? Okay, ATR is high. ATR is high. Okay. IV is steady. Okay, in relation to the action that we saw yesterday, but it's a little high, but it's steady. And guess what? Theta is starting to kick in. Big time now. especially for the contracts that are out the money. Those contracts are going crazy in both ways. What a trap here, guys. They trapped the breakout here. But if you are properly trained as the SAT methodology, all right, you're playing this into the breakout. You're playing the reclaim, retest into the breakout to avoid this. If you took the breakout face value, okay, you just get stopped out. If you don't want to get stopped out, all right, then you leave the market no choice but to wipe you out. Did we get some news? Let me get caught up in the chat. No questions? Okay. Good. We did it, guys. January in the books. 11 more months. Thank you, George. I learned a lot from you and not listening to other analysts. That's my biggest loss there. Execute faster. Went red. Done for the month. Hope next month will get better. Absolutely. See you guys next month. Gary, any plans on coming back stateside? Oh, do they have a paywall again? So the members only videos for the folks who want to support the channel on YouTube, you do have access to 50 plus videos. All right. 50 plus videos on the channel. You should be able to access those videos here. If you're having a hard time accessing it, I'll see if I can, what I can do. So if you go to the, okay, where is it? Oh, here, right here, private member playlist. You should have access to it right here. So the private members on YouTube, if you do join, if you do become a member, thank you for supporting the channel. With your support, you have access to 50 plus videos, strategy videos, past live streams, videos that are private. All right. So I will be uploading a video there, breaking down a 41% trade. So be on the lookout for that. All right. And what I'll look to do is I'll look to do more of the how-to videos on YouTube. Looks like the algorithm, unless you have a really big following already, the algorithm really favors the how-to videos. Right? So how to best brokers, how to do XYZ, how to set this up, more of a foundational, as technical as we are. Don't forget, guys, as technical as we are, okay, we have the technicals in the bag. Okay, don't forget, just as technical as I am, I have a fundamental as well. But fundamentals don't apply here. So we can do a lot of videos that are more general based on the fundamentals. Right? Fundamentals and a little bit the not on the deep end of the technicals, but surface level technicals. That's what really works. If you're watching these videos on YouTube and you understand these candlesticks, just know, and you understand the price action, just know you're a very small group of people that do understand it. You may take this knowledge for granted, but this is some high level stuff. All right, it's some high level stuff. Okay, don't discount it. It's some high level stuff. And a lot of analysts that sit on TV, they can't do what you do. All right, they tried day trading. They can't do it. So they just went to a higher time frame. They went to a higher time frame, and they just manage other people's capital and allocate it into the S&P. And maybe 5% exposure, depending on the client's risk profile, into some thematic areas. You can do that. All right? But they cannot do what you do. So don't forget that the skill set you're learning is very powerful. Don't discount it. And on that line as well, don't listen to 50 people. All right. I don't listen. I stopped listening to a lot of noise. I went down the path of ebooks and all that stuff is good. But after a while, what you'll realize, all right, just from my personal take, I'm not saying that you can't do that. It's not necessary. But as you listen to so many people's opinions, you listen to so many people's backstory, all right, you mute your own journey. You discount your own experience. And you put their experience on a pedestal and you try to frame life from their experience and you just discount everything you've been through. Same thing with trading. If you're a technician, you only need a few people to listen to. All right? What is my go-to? Listen to. I don't have a lot of go-tos. My go-to is number one is the chart. Number two is I do like some of the videos on Tasty Trade. All right? I used to like those. I don't like it as much because I already know I can just make the assessment quickly. But I did like some of Tasty's Trade stuff. When they would interview traders with different strategies, they would come up. I did like some of their stuff. The opening bell, the Sunday night show that they have coverage of the futures. I did like that. Outside of that, SPY is my go-to. It's just me, myself, and SPY. Okay, it's me, myself, and SPY. You want to get to that point, right? Even if you're in a community, because the whole point of community is to exchange ideas and refine one another, and have people around you that have that same kind of desire and who are goal oriented. But you should be able to be independent. You have to think independently. Okay, me, myself, and SPY. That might be another merch there. Yeah, merch. Paywall is still there. Yeah, I like that one. Me, myself, and SPY. All right, so just mute the noise, guys. Mute the noise. At some point, you can read all the ebooks. You can read all the books about. You can be a big fan of Mark Douglas. I like his books, of course. Right, but there's all theory. Okay, all theory. All right, you're gonna have to. You can only learn so much. You can only take so much information. At some point in time, you have to start applying the information and then using the experience, your personal experience, documenting that and writing your own book, basically. Your journal is your own book. It's just not published. When you're reading a book, that's someone else's journal. They just published it. They got a publishing deal. They have an audience that they can sell it to. Okay, there's some money to be made. Go for it. All right? So give yourself some credit. There's a lot of things you know from various eras in your life, experiences, skills that you can bring into this field to leverage it and leverage those skills. If you come from healthcare, I always say it, whatever sector you're coming into the market from, that sector, you have more knowledge than anyone else. All right, so I've worked in the energy sector and I've worked in the tech sector. So now when I look through the lens of my experience, I know the inner workings of the energy sector. Now I just have to go learn the fundamentals of the companies XYZ, but I was in the energy sector when I spent time in the oil field. Boots on the ground. Same thing. After that, I was in the tech sector, boots on the ground. So when you're in your occupation, you can actually see what's taking place in that particular sector. You know the vendors, you know the companies. You know if it's growing. You know if your company's, what kind of partnerships are going on, especially if you're have a leadership position. You can, it's right there. Okay, so you have to put the pieces of the puzzle together. And the Discord, absolutely. Okay, I will look to wrap up here in a few minutes. Okay, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Join the community, new month. All right, we'll keep going until 1 o'clock. Just chop, chop, chop. Again, despite the chop, 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 we cannot deny the days of saying the market didn't get opportunities are done. The longer you spend time in our community, the better technician you become. You realize that it wasn't a good day in the market. It just means that you don't have the skill set to capitalize off the opportunities. Every day is literally a good day because there's opportunities. It's just a matter of did you take the opportunity or not. That's all. As long as price is moving, there's something for us to do. If you don't trade the chop, now you have to learn how to trade the chop. If you trade the chop, you don't trade expansion, you have to learn how to trade the expansion. Now it becomes on you to equip yourself with the different skill sets to take advantage of everything. If you trade VWAP, if you don't trade VWAP, start incorporating different things, study, right? You have to know how everything works, and then from then, see what works best for you. All right, be aware of everything that's out there, but see what works best for you. All right. So VWAP. Do I pay attention to VWAP? Yeah, I do pay attention to VWAP. Do I make decisions solely based off VWAP? No, I like to use VWAP as confluence. Do other successful traders use VWAP and make decisions revolving around VWAP? Yes, they can use anchored VWAP. Right? But does it mean, am I going to say, hey, you know what? Since I don't use VWAP, no one else should use VWAP. Right, so be aware of mentors and teachers who teach you that, who say, hey, don't use this, don't use that. What I'll tell you is learn it all. Don't trade it all. Learn it all, know it, and get to know what works best for you. And know when to apply it. So that means if you really want to go down the learning path, you got to go learn the strat. You got to learn support resistance the proper way. You have to know all the chart patterns. All those chart patterns, within those chart patterns, you have to know which ones are for continuation, which ones are for reversal, which ones are for chop. And from all those ones, you have to pick the ones that work out that occur the most frequently. You have to learn some of these smart money concepts. Get familiar. You have to be a master at candlesticks. You can't afford to be an amateur. You have to learn what volume is. ATR, IV, all these things, if you know it, right, that's only going to benefit you. And then now you know what to look for. It doesn't mean you have to have everything on your chart. But it's good for you to know what it means and know what the calculation is. All right. What is a VWAP? What does VWAP calculate? What does the EMA calculate? What does a SMA calculate? Before you use it, understand what it's doing. What does the Bollinger Band calculate? Okay? Think of yourself as a mechanic. All right? If you want to be a good mechanic, you have to know how basically all the car manufacturers design their cars so you can fix it. You just can't say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to be, you can if you want. That's a specialist. I'm just going to focus on Toyota. Or I'm just going to focus on Mercedes. What I'm saying is go learn, because all of them fundamentally work the same. A few differences, but they fundamentally do the same thing. But go learn how all of it works and see which one you're going to fix and which one pays you the most to get fixed. So if I'm a mechanic, all right, I'll probably be my best interest to fix expensive cars. Why? The parts are more expensive, right? So the people are willing to pay because they know it's a higher upkeep. I can charge more. It's a premium. Right? But it's in your best interest to know how everything works. And then from there, you start saying, okay, I'll do this, I'll keep this, I'll take that, and build what works for you. Okay? All right, we'll look to wrap up the stream here in a couple minutes, guys. As always, absolute privilege. It's been an honor navigating through these markets. I don't take it for granted. We get to wake up every day in good health and get to click buttons. Literally. Right? You guys give me the space to talk and click buttons. Okay? And you guys learn from it. And you guys also are able to take advantage and build your system and get rewarded for it. So it's a win-win for everyone. Next month, before you even think of February, really think of January. Things you learned, things you can extract from January and implement in February. And once you go through that process, January is done, is gone. You don't want to hang on to the trades you missed, the trades you took. Oh, I had a 300% gain. You don't want to duplicate that. You have to prove yourself to yourself once again. Start from zero. Right? So once again, start from zero. All right? And we're going to do it same way we always do it. We've been going since April. Still under a year. All right, so folks on YouTube, join the journey in February. Start your journey in February. Commit to your process, and by the end of February, you'll see how far you'll go. I'm not guaranteeing that you're going to all of a sudden flip the script. It's possible. And then turn the corner, revolutionize everything. But what I'm saying is if you give it your best effort, you give yourself the best chance to win. All right? Or the best chance to be break even on the month. If you're red, just get to break even. That's it. If you're doing this for a long time, if you're trying to do this for 10, 15, 20, 30 years, well, how long is a career? A career is what, 40 years? Right, from the age of 22, 23, let's say the age of 30, okay? From the age of 30 to 65 is a career, all right? We just round 35 to 40 years. If you're looking to do this for 35 to 40 years, or if you've been doing this for that long, all right, that's 480 months, okay? 480 months. That doesn't sound like a lot, right? Out of those 480 months, One is down. So is 1 month of your career, good or bad, going to define 480 months? It doesn't matter how well you did in January. It's not going to, it's a drop in the bucket. But you can use January to build that positive momentum. To build your confidence up. But just keep it just below arrogance. All right, just below euphoria. But you need to be confident as a trader. If you don't have that confidence, you can't pull the trigger. Don't want to be overconfident, but just below arrogance and cockiness. It's a fine line. I'd rather you be, as a trader, just below arrogance and overconfidence than no confidence at all. Right? So you're going to have that confidence, and that's what that green helps you with. That's what getting to break even helps you with. Okay? Or yeah. April is going to be the 1 year. April is going to be 1 year. We still have a long way to go. We have March, so basically Q2. All right, Q2. Okay. Any questions, guys? 3 minutes away. We're going to wrap it up. I'll leave the screen. Maybe I'll just shut everything down so you guys don't get tempted into trading. If we do make some moves, it's fine. What they're really battling for is 690.49. What they're battling for is 690.49. What is surprising to me is the gold. I'm keeping a close eye on gold into next week. Gold is down now. All right. I am looking to add gold long term. I talked about it this morning. It's down. I didn't make any additions now, of course, but just watching it. I have it on watch. 14% discount. 14% discount. So this is a major sell-off. Okay, in 2 days, 800 points. Okay, in 2 days, 800 points. We'll do an end-of-week wrap-up so I can clip it on YouTube. And then we'll wrap up the stream. Okay, any questions, guys? Before we do that, if you're interested in joining our community, take advantage of the code WHOP, save 25% off. You get access to all the features of the Discord. This is what the Discord looks like when you do join. All right, jam-packed. As soon as you jump in, you have access to a course, day trading course. So this within itself is priceless. 6 hours put together for you. Take advantage of all the features. Okay, execution, consistency, trading psychology. If you did join, make sure you work through this. Okay, work through this course. All right. We have our trading floor, pre-market plan. Let's take a look at the plan today. Here we go. It's posted to you every day. Posted before, usually before 8 o'clock in most cases. Here. Did I make note? Seems like so long ago. What was the note for today? So I'd leave a note every day into the day. I think I touched on. Okay, so keys to victory. Don't chase yesterday's momentum. Avoid expecting a repeat of 11-point sell-off. Reduce position size to minimize risk, protect gains. Exercise discipline. Not every setup warrants action. Trade your best setups only. All right. Our primary objective today is to close out the week and the month strong. As of now, in pre-market, I had a PPI data. Indexes are trading flat and remain within yesterday's range. In this case, where indexes are range bound, trade the traps or wait for expansion or momentum. 750. All right, 750. So now, what took place for first shift and second shift? No expansion, no expansion. Trap, trap, trap. Okay. So that's sent to you every single morning. Okay, and that's also available in the technical only plan. The difference between the technical only plan and the premium plan, full access, is the live, delay-free, ad-free stream, plus the course material. Everything else you have access to. So the 6-hour course is available in premium, and the delay-free, ad-free stream. The technical only, you get a game plan, market recap every single day. And the market recap, we go over it every day. So that's part of my routine as well. So the past couple of days, I posted it on the very same day I was doing the game plan, but I still try to get it in, right? So comprehensive game plan. So for someone who didn't get a chance, a lot of you work 9 to 5s. A lot of you are mid-career, early career, late career, retired. We have a diverse group, right? So you may not be able to keep eyes on the market like I am at all times. So this gets you up to speed. All right, saves you the time of going to Yahoo, saves you the time of doom scrolling, saves you the time. Boom, gets straight to the point. Tech sell-off, AI under the microscope, Iran, earnings, okay, Fed. All right, this gets you up to speed. This should give you a feel of what took place the previous day. All right, so be on the lookout for the weekly update. All right. So the links to join are all in the Discord, all in the description. Let's do one wrap-up video, and then we'll wrap things up. So let me open up. Let's take a look at SPY in the higher time frame. Close this out. Close this out. Close this out. Close this out. Okay, did I close that out? So we're going to do a quick breakdown. If you have any chart requests, it's the time. This is the time to get your chart requests in. If you notice, I have lots of different charts. I look at SPY from the inside, from the outside, from the top, bottom, all right, left, right. I look at SPY from all angles and all colors. I look at SPY. Yep, absolutely. Let's do that first, actually. So NVIDIA and Intel. We'll do NVIDIA and Intel. We'll actually run through all the tickers. All right, we'll actually run through all the tickers. So SPY, before we get to everything, all right, look at SPY on the weekly. So this is your end of week recap of what took place in the stock market. After the Fed decision, of course, SPY made a nice push back to downside. Fed decided to keep the rates at 3.75%, no cut or no hike. Once we did sell off the very next day, after Meta reported earnings, Microsoft reported earnings, as well as Tesla, we did see buyers step back in. And for today, Friday's action, we're back at that 90 on the daily and sitting on an inside day. The last time we had an inside day, right, or range bound, was exactly on Friday. So look at that. So last Friday, inside day. This Friday, inside day. So both candles inside day. The difference is this time we had a small doji-like candle inside on top of that 9. Nice expansion for 3 days into all-time highs. Difference this time is we have a massive range on the daily candle. This daily candle is massive. So going into next week, it's going to be very important for us to see if we can take out this high or this low, this candle, for reversal or a continuation back to downside. As far as SPY is using this channel to push into all-time highs, rejection, 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 kind of at the top of that channel. It can pull back slightly into the 20, into this territory here. That could be a nice little pullback opportunity. For technical pullback off that support in this area, that might converge with that 50 EMA. Let's see if it converges with the 50 EMA on the daily. Let me fix that real quick. Yeah, 50 EMA right there. Right, so it's inside down SPY on the daily. As far as SPY on the higher time frame, SPY is as directional as can be on the monthly. So on Monday, guess what, guys? We're going to get a new monthly candle. So our range for February, for us to become directional in February, we need to break this range. If we don't break this range, we can see consolidation on the month. Okay, we need to break that range. If we break above that 697.64, 697.84, 697.84, we get an all-time high. We continue the buying on the monthly. If we break below these lows, we start to pause. We start to push back the downside and get a reversal on the monthly, potentially back into that 671, 670 territory, and eventually that second target, 650 territory, right? So the likelihood of that happening, probably need a catalyst to get to the 650s, but it's going to be very interesting to see what does take place next month. So fresh candle coming in on Monday. So this creates separation between that monthly candle and that quarterly candle. If you take a look at this quarterly candle is going to be identical to the monthly candle. This quarterly candle, right, has 2 months left in it. On Monday, we're going to get a new monthly candle. So the quarterly candle, which is comprised of 3 candles, right, combines those 3 candles, no longer, right, is contained to January's action. It's going to have a little bit of February's action. And we're going to start to see a little bit of a difference. But on the quarterly, which is what's encouraging, is we did take out those highs. We're directional. Bulls are in full control, but we're just failing to hold enforcement. For us to go full reversal on the quarterly, okay, 650.91. Okay, for us to go full reversal mode, we need to engulf the entire quarter's candle, 650.91. That's asking for, right, this is what the bears are wishing for. That's asking for a 5% drop on SPY within the next 2 months. That sounds, could be reasonable, right? But that's the only way the bears can get this to flip back the downside in the next 2 months. So the quarterly candle and the quarterly candle now separates from that monthly candle. The yearly candle is still going to be the same as the quarterly candle. Why? Because we're still in Q1. Once we get to Q2, same thing happens, right? Once we get to Q2, the yearly candle separates from the quarterly candle. Now we have 2 quarters to make up that yearly candle. All right, so keep that in mind. So as far as the higher time frames are concerned, we are pushing to the upside. We're directional, failing to hold enforcement on the weekly, failing to hold enforcement on the quarterly. And on the weekly, we do have a nice little doji. So this is still up for grabs by the end of the day. So if we can close above that weekly open, this candle will be green. That means bulls are in control. If we close below that weekly open, it means red. But overall on the week, it's going to be a doji. All right, so no, after making all-time highs, nice little doji there. So that's what SPY looks like. So as far as the rest of the names, as far as what the QQQ is doing, let's take a look at it. So QQQ, before we get to QQQ, let's take a look at silver. So silver, massive drop to the downside, pull back on silver, fell back below 9 EMA. Bitcoin, dramatic drop on Bitcoin. Bitcoin fell below 85,000 after rejecting off 90K. VIX, nice spike on the VIX of 4%. Oil, ripping and roaring. Inside on oil after a nice push. Reclaim at 60 psychological level. Gold also pulling back, sitting right at that 9 EMA. Gold sitting right at that 9 EMA. So dip buyers, gold is here. You wanted to pull back, got to pull back on the daily. Last time we came into that 9 is what took place. Does this look very reminiscent? Look. So we got a drop into the 9. Okay. 3 days later, all-time high. Drop into the 9. ... Okay, we'll see how it plays out. So I'm really interested in paying attention to gold here for a long-term ad possibly. Gold does look very appealing. It is down. Okay, 14%. It's in corrective activity, corrective territory. So the last time gold touched that 20 EMA was before this parabolic run at 3,300. The last time gold touched that 20 EMA was there. Does it make these encounters with that 9? Yes, it does. It eventually reclaims it, holds, and continues to push. So this is our first touch of that 9 EMA. So pay attention to gold next week. See if we can reclaim, start getting some candlestick combinations that show that buyers are stepping in to get that bounce on gold. High watch next week. Dollar, nice bounce there. 10-year 4.2, 2-year 3.5. QQQ. QQQ did look good. Got above 630. Trapped after making all-time highs. Or close to all-time highs. It made all-time highs in pre-market. All right, so QQQ still technically to make all-time highs. But now QQQ is inside as well. IWM, which was the leader out of the pack. Starting to look interesting here. For a nice little pullback ad. Look at IW. At 20 EMA, these previous all-time highs. See if you can start to drop in that territory on the daily. Prior support, prior all-time highs, comes into it for a nice little test of that area. Let's throw a quick fib on this here. Interesting. We're at that 50 territory. Okay. SAT golden pocket right there. All right. So IW was the leader. Whenever there's a sell-off, you want to look to the leaders. Okay. See if the leaders can start waking up. So pay attention to IW next week. SPY, we covered SPY already. MAG's pulling back. Dow has been chopping around for the past few weeks. Not really going anywhere. Did make all-time highs multiple times. That 20 EMA is within its reach. On the daily, that is. All right, so the Dow has been range-bound intraday, but 20 EMA is within reach. As far as individual names are concerned, AMD on this Friday is down 5%. Double top, massive pushback to downside, but AMD, again, you want these nice little pullbacks after some strength. 235 looks appealing. Why? 9 EMA, prior resistance, potential retest off that 9. We're starting to see a bounce there. So see what AMD looks like next week off that 235. MU, right, has been ripping and running. MU so far away from that 9 EMA. That 9 EMA test on MU, right, we're asking for more of 13% drop. So we're going to have to be patient for MU. But I do like MU. There's a couple of levels internal to that daily time frame you can take advantage of. Robinhood, right at that 100. So Robinhood, I want to see Robinhood. If Robinhood can hold that 100, potentially go hammer off that 100. If it can't, that's bad news for Robinhood because there's support. If Robinhood can't hold the support, no buyers step up here. We failed 200 EMA. Not good news for Robinhood. We can start to see get into the 95s, the 90s, and possibly into the 80, the 85 territory. Right. So Robinhood needs to get some buyers to step up here next week. We don't want to create too much separation away from that. Tesla's inside on the daily between that 9 EMA and that 50 EMA. NVIDIA, sleeping giant, still asleep at the wheel. We did get a nice little compression break. See if NVIDIA can finally get its act together and start to push the upside. 212.19, 212.20, that all-time high. We're currently trading at that 191.64, between 185, 190. Pay attention to that. We did technically break out of this downward compression, but NVIDIA just can't seem to get some follow-through behind the moves. All right, so keep a close eye on NVIDIA. Palantir, similar to Robinhood, Palantir is coming into this territory where it does look interesting. Prior support, 30% discount. If you like Palantir, you want the dip, here you go, 30% off. All right, on sale, 30% off. Do your due diligence. Do your fundamental, technical due diligence. It did give up that 200 EMA, which can be a bearish signal. If you're a dip buyer, you want to see those bearish signals and eventually see buyers coming in. All right, no divergence yet on Robinhood. Google, nice inside day on Google. Already bounced off that level we discussed a couple weeks ago. Broadcom sitting right at that 330, not too clean. Amazon. Okay, Amazon's on the verge of a break, but it needs a decisive push above 240 for that nice little breakout possibly on Amazon. Right, so Amazon rejection there. See if Amazon can start working its way back to the upside. JPM just got back above that 300 psychological level. Still trading below that 50 EMA. Lilly, Meta did report earnings. Meta inside, so gap up inside If you like to play the gap fill to the downside on Monday, 714.77, or today's lows will be interesting for that 212 pushback to the downside. If you like the upside, break back above 732.48. So inside candle on Meta so far. Netflix, inside candle on Netflix as well. Netflix, I'm waiting for some divergence. And guess what? We got some divergence. I'm still waiting on Netflix, guys. Netflix was an idea from last time. So we are seeing a little bit of divergence on Netflix. Now I just needed to show some signs of life on the weekly. Need some sort of hammer on the weekly and see if buyers can start pushing price back above that 85. It looks like they want to come sweep these lows. If no buyers stepping off these lows and we continue to sell off, no bueno. So we see if we can do one of these grabs, maybe inverse head and shoulder out of there on Netflix. Still premature. Still like Netflix back the upside, but just waiting and waiting and waiting. We'll continue to wait. We're seeing some divergence on Netflix there. Apple did report earnings. Doji on the day. Intel did take Intel today. Did get stopped out on Intel. Did go 212. Is about to go 213 trap. Good close on Intel. Coinbase falling off a cliff. TSM inside on TSM. United Health, XYZ Square, Starbucks, SoFi. Let's take a look at SoFi that reported earnings. SoFi. This is an earnings candle. Okay, so SoFi is at that 200 EMA. So earnings candle on SoFi. 200 EMA pullback on SoFi. So the last time SoFi was at the 200 EMA was the last time we were in this territory here, all the way in April. So SoFi has not seen 200 EMA since April. April, the entire market sold off. So is this earnings catalyst, okay, or is there a catalyst in the financial sector that's going to drive SoFi lower? They beat on earnings, okay, and revenue. So see if SoFi can catch a bid off that 23.35 to reclaim that 200 EMA. If it continues to sell off, market continues to sell off, there's maybe a little more downside to SoFi into 20. But if you are a SoFi fan, all right, it is down 30%. It's in bear market territory. SoFi is down 30%. So do your due diligence. There might be a dip buy on SoFi. Okay, so that should bring you up to speed on the week. As far as what's moving, going into next week, keep a close eye on gold bounce. Keep a close eye on that inside candle break on SPY and the QQQ. Keep a close eye on Palantir. Keep a close eye on SoFi, and keep a close eye on Robinhood as well. All right, that's a quick breakdown, guys. Walmart's starting to go. We'll keep a close eye on Walmart as well next week. If it continues to go, you know what I'll do? I'll go over to the weekly. All right, I told you that entry is early. I'll go over to the weekly, and then next week, if we go hammer, okay, we are going to go hammer. Continue to break out that dead upside breakers if you're going to push into 118. If we can, we start rotating into staples. 118 to 121 can be our window to operate. All right, so Walmart as well is something to pay attention to. On that note, guys, we'll wrap it up. I think we covered all the tickers. Okay, we'll wrap it up. End of the day, what's the most important level? 691.80. This is looking like it looks like it wants to get to PML here. PML to PMH Endeavor. PMH to PML Endeavor here. Okay. Take the cash and dash. Okay. Get above PMH and dash the PML. It took some time. It was a grind. It was a grind fest to get there, but it's quickly approaching. All right. On that note, guys, stay safe over the weekend. Stay warm. Be prepared if you're getting hit by the storm. We'll see you guys on Monday. And God bless each one of you.